Welcome knowledge seekers from around this planet and beyond. This is the KESHE Corona Telegram meeting in English. It's the North American team. The hosts are Alex Skoric and myself, along with Jalal as a co-host. It's December 13th, 2020, and I welcome you all for coming and joining and sharing knowledge on this day. Now, I'd like to go right to a few words from our sponsor, or as I like to say, our benefactor. This will be about 20 minutes long, but there's some very wise words and some very comforting words. And again, he alludes to the fact that there is an eventuality that will take place on this planet. And if we're prepared, we can handle that eventuality, or perhaps even avert that eventuality. What you'll hear is from the 358th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. The words aren't that hard to understand, but it's all depends on what you take from this knowledge. And this knowledge is wealth. So absorb as much as you can and prepare yourself for an eventuality that Mr. Keshe says is on the horizon.
And in the past weeks and months and years, we have learned a little bit, just maybe a touch on the surface of the knowledge of the universe. The way the world of creation at the level of matter works, and how mankind in time will learn more about its own position and place and its own strength in the world of the creation. The knowledge of man is more or less like every other race in the universe, is accumulation of the learning of the others adding to the knowledge. And at the same time, very much up to recent past, village by village, city by city, and country by country, knowledge was kept. And now with a new method of communication, which is open to man, man has learned to share knowledge across this planet, but still in the dimension of the physical life. In this process, mankind now has entered a new dimension to start sharing knowledge beyond the boundaries of this planet. Mankind is learning to share knowledge not only with the village and the city and the planet, but with the citizens of the universe. In this process, mankind needs to grow. Mankind needs to grow not only mentally, but psychologically, and in a way to understand the work of his life, not depending on a physical condition and physical matter, and on a condition of working through the universal energies that mankind can absorb to live. In the travels of the man in the universe, mankind cannot take trees and plants and animals to eat and slaughter and try to sustain life. For this purpose, we have started teaching that the man become independent of the physical resources, but like the rest of the
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I think your microphone clipped out there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. For mankind to learn to use the field forces of the universe and in interaction and accumulation of some to become the user of these for its existence in the cycle of travel in the depth of the universe. Many years and many years of the man's life is spent in worrying how he will survive the next day. What does he need to absorb from the physical dimension of this planet to exist one more day? Where the water comes from? Where would his oxygen come from? Where his air he breathes will come from? Where is his food will come? Where will his heat and the warmth and where the security of his life will come from? These are the shortcomings of the life of the man in the dimension of physicality. Where mankind can learn to live in the dimension of the universe, where the energies of the universe has converted to become that air, that plant, that animal, that heat that he needs to live his physical dimension. The teaching of the KESHE Foundation in past months and years has been to bring mankind rapidly to this level, to learn to live like many and most of the living entities in the universe, using the universal energy, which means what is available as fields in the dimension of existence, in the dimension of time, space, and the place where he will be. In the past weeks and in past months, we have seen evolution and the rapid changes in the cycle of mankind, which he never knew. We used to be locked down in the cities and in the castles to protect ourselves from the enemies. And now, after centuries, we are locked down in our cities with the open doors, but we have made castles by the governments and by the forces that mankind cannot move. In a short time, as the farms will not be farmed, as there have been forces to do it, the animals will not be there because of the conditions created. Gradually, in next times to come, there will be a shortage of food. There will be shortage of clean water. There will be gradually condition who can afford these kind of lives. We used to have disasters, calamities, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, meteorites, and we cope with it. But this time, man has made his own volcanic eruption of his own destruction in the course and the dimension of introducing, enforcing fields and energies that has disturbed the cycle of life. What we see from 12 months ago to today, the whole structure of this planet has changed. The way we used to live has changed. The way we used to think has changed. We could stay for 2 weeks holidays for a time. Now we are enforced to 2 weeks and 4 weeks, and now many businesses locked down and not knowing when we'll be back to work. We see in this process families and people will run out of food because they will not be able to afford to pay. They have not worked. Governments will run out of money trying to support this higher scale levels of supporting their nationals. Very few nations have the reserves to stand long-term process. Then it comes on the process of who has, who can serve and be useful to society, can have the light to live. Mainly through the process of food, mainly through the process of the health, mainly through process of being able to pay, and we only pay those who serve us. One of the biggest problems for mankind has been to go through the process of overcoming this virus, which has been introduced in any shape or form and name and is to reality and the truth in so many ways, we do not know how and the way it has spread one planet in less than 1 day. The records show that the virus was spread simultaneously within a very short time right across the planet, and was detected according to the strength where it was enhanced. 29th of December last year, we saw it in China. Suddenly it popped up in Iran, and then the whole planet is a grip of it. The data shows it was with us last October. The data shows the initial cycle was seen in September. Now we're heading for another few weeks and months after the cycle of the second generation of foods which cannot be supplied to hunger. We see the cycle of the change needs to come in, that mankind is ready for that eventuality and maybe to change the course before the eventuality arrives. Last year, on the 24th of January, I gave a gift to humanity. 1 cup, 1 life. To save the life of the man from the process of the overcoming the virus, what we call, that we could survive it. We have saved millions of lives. In China, we started. In Iran, the progress is still the same. People trying to help. In all over the Europe, knowledge seekers have gone to that step, trying to teach 1 cup, 1 life, to save life from the virus and the viruses. But now we have come 12 months later to the position of where the food comes from. Today, for the first time, we teach you the principle of 1 life, 1 cup, 1 food. Which means from today you can feed yourself irrespective of any condition on this planet and beyond. Today's teaching is to teach man how to feed himself on the levels of the energies of the universe. Understanding the process of life, how in the world of creation, in one way or another, life can be sustained. I try to be very clear how we go about teaching you to serve, to save your life in the depth of space, and in time is your responsibility to translate it in the physical dimension of the man. You got to understand, in the process of the universe, we do not feed the physicality, we feed the soul of the man. That through the soul of the man feeds the soul of the physicality of the man, that it feeds the physical dimension at any position and time and space in the universe. One of the most important points that the world of humanity has forgotten is the fact that the man has always been a passenger of the universe. We've always been travelers. As many times we have said, man travels the depth of the universe every second of his existence. We're traveling at 1,000,000 kilometers and now in the galaxy and the universe. So we have to understand what has been coming to us in traveling into the universe, what has been coming to us and we were not aware of it. Was and is virus another way that certain energies of the certain levels in a certain position of the galaxy and the universe releases energies we call viruses that our body cannot stand because it's something new. We go through summer and spring and we come across different conditions. Our solar system is traveling within the structure of the galaxy, which itself has its own seasons, it has its own weather and its own condition, and these will affect us. The way when the sun flares can affect us when it changes the dimension of gravitational magnetic field of the galaxy, the same penetrates through the solar system and reaches us. So we receive new energies continuously, which we are not used to. This virus, be it man-made or whatever, in the interaction of the fields of solar system with this environment of its galaxy, or its galaxy entering a new dimension, or its galaxy becoming in a tornado or a volcanic eruption of the fields of its structure, will affect us. We will receive new energies, we call it new viruses. How are we going to survive these? How, in the depth of the universe, when we travel and we come across new conditions, how do we develop a system, a structure that our soul stays in charge? That is, soul of physicality stays within it, protected by it till the calamity is over. Be it on Earth, we are used to hurricanes for a few days, change of weather for a few weeks. In the universe, the days of human being runs hurricanes for years. How are we going to survive these rapid developments? We know our star, the solar system, is getting pulled into the center of its galaxy. And so, as we go deeper into the center, we absorb higher, we interact with the higher energy field forces that we are not used to. But we have a structure called the soul of the man, which can create that protection, and it can create that cycle of life. Does not matter how many years this hurricane, this tornado, and this volcanic eruption of the fields of the galaxy or the universe last. In a way, with the new knowledge, we prepare man to be able to survive, not the shortcoming of the lack of food on this planet through a virus for a few days or weeks or months, but be able to stand the changes and travel the space of the universe for thousands of years. If mankind understands the process of the teaching of today, mankind becomes independent of the food supply in a matter state from today on. We teach you the principle. It's for you to decipher, it's for you to understand, it's for you to teach rapidly across the world. The way you taught, the way mankind to use a cup of life to overcome the virus, now with this one cup, one food, one life, mankind can teach the others to become independent of the resources of the planet or anywhere else. Eating will become a luxury if we want to, but coming to understand when we eat, we destroy another life which has become part of the cycle of its own generation, we gradually stop. Mankind will move into the new dimension that will not depend on the resources of others to survive, but lives of the free space gap energy magnetic fields which are in the universe and is available to him to survive. If mankind understands the teaching of today, thousands of years will be a second in life of the soul of the man in the dimension of the universe. In so many ways, what we need to understand is to go back to the beginning of the teachings and understand and analyze every step of it. I prepared you for this months ago by teaching you the structure, the 5 cups. The 5 cups was set for you to understand the interaction of the physical energies of your planet, the inertia, then the soul of physicality, and at the end, the physical dimension. There is no life from the point of the gravitational magnetic field of the planet in the dimension of physicality till you hit the structure of the physical life. All is field transfer. Gravitational magnetic field of the earth is a field transfer of a higher order. Inertia is another field transfer of the order. Then the soul of the man is another field of the order. Then the soul of physicality is another field of the order. And then when the order reaches equal to the magnetic gravitational field inertia, which is the physical soul of the planet with the physical soul of the man, man manifests himself in the physical dimension. So, in reality, if we can feed the man in any process from the gravitational magnetic field of the planet to its physical manifestation, man can survive. Does not need the physicality to manifest itself to feed. He can feed the physicality through the soul of physicality, or through the soul of the man, or through the soul of the planet. This is one of the reasons we see so much killing on this planet, as the soul of the planet, through its combination of the fields and the position and the diversity of the life, has not managed to feed the soul of the man. That the man in physical structure becomes the same as the rest of the passengers of the universe, where it can tap into the field. Has this virus been a blessing for you to understand it's time to move? As mankind never moves till it's put into corner and pushed to? Or is mankind ready to accept in one stroke, in one drawing of a pen, to join the universal community, at least in the level of not consuming, not to kill, not to destroy another life, to guarantee his life, to guarantee the extension of the survival of the physical dimension? What needs to be? 2 points. If you add to the strength of the soul of physicality, would you change the dimension of the physical life? If you increase and add to the dimension of the soul of the man, would the process of the manifestation of life in the dimension of the physicality move further? That the life does not need to manifest itself in a physical dimension at the time, the place, and the space, what we call planet Earth, or anywhere else in the universe. In a way, by changing the strength of the soul of the man, or changing the strength of the soul of physicality of the man, we dictate the point of manifestation of the man in the physical dimension. In the teaching of today, from now until 21st of March, when the new cycle of life starts on this planet, mankind has to rapidly develop the understanding of life. I take away from those who do not and will not follow the procedures, as they will be deprived of the knowledge through their own soul and their own misconduct. Mankind has to take this step. This teaching of today would have been introduced a long time ago, but humanity was not ready for it. Mankind was not ready for it. As I've said many times in past few months and years, move to the fields. Don't look at the physical condition. Don't look at the reactors. Look at the dimension of the strength of the fields of the universe that you can tap into. In the process of One Cup, One Life, for the first time, we let you feel directly the energies within the structure of the universe. We made within the structure of the cup an independent universe that you could tap into and take energy from. We extended it to cup number 2. We extended it to the 5 cups. And the existence of the 5 cups was important for you to understand the way this structure works, the way fields are transferred. When I put the structure of the 5 cups together for you, was not for you to stack it up, was for you to understand the field flows within the universe. But as usual, mankind went for physical structure. Could you please allow me to access the sharing of the screen, please?
Thank you for listening to that. As we know, Mr. Keshe said, it's every man's obligation to investigate and understand this knowledge for themselves. He also mentioned about going back to the basics. And I think Alex today will bring us a basic or advanced teaching and help us to understand more as we go into this period that's coming. So thank you all. And Alex, would you like to flag any questions from this clip we just heard, or would you like to go right into the teaching? Thank you for being here today, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mark. No, I think I'd like to go directly into the teaching right now, because there's going to be a lot to talk about, and we want to have a robust meeting. I have a few things that I would like to accomplish. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay. So just a moment, I got to turn some motors off here. Very interesting points are brought up, so I don't need to make any snide comments. It's been pretty well all brought out there. I think Mr. Keshe was pretty direct in everything that he needed to say. And there is no better way to demonstrate the situation on this planet by looking at the number of people on our Telegram sites. So between the Canadian and the US Telegrams, we have less than 300 people. When you look at the Iranian group, there's over 100,000 people participating. Okay, that's a level of seriousness that we only dream about on this continent. The Brazilian group, over 6,000 attendees. I think they've had over 300 people join this week. And for a population basis that we have here, it's actually quite embarrassing, especially considering the fact that the US is having such trouble. It's just unbelievable that we're not able to wake up the North American crew. And I want to thank everybody. My name is Alex Skoric. I'm from Canada. Thank you for being here at the KESHE Corona Telegram meeting in English on Sunday afternoon. And I want to thank very much the European partners, and then actually the Asian and African partners as well, who have come here to support us. This is becoming less and less North American and more international Corona Telegram meeting. And what it is remarkable is that the same remarks that I make to the Brazilian community is that this group here is serious. This group here is dedicated, and this group here has the same problems that were brought up. So as you can see from this Thursday on, we've been moving at a rapid clip moving forward. In conjunction with the Brazilian team, I have tried to put together 9 classes. This was at the behest of the Brazilian crew. Unbeknownst to most of you here, there's a powerful team that they've assembled. And it is that team that has driven us forward to be able to accomplish these 9 classes. There was a question as to the efficacy of these classes and its purposeness. And it has succeeded. I must say it's been actually very, very good. They promised me 100 attendees. And we have seen live participants up to 700 at all the classes. That's not me bragging because that's a small number regardless. It's just that we started at zero and we're not advertising. And of course, there's all sorts of restrictions that are going on. I want to emphasize that this is a success. This is a great success. We've had tremendous feedback. And what we're going to be doing in January is launching advancement on this platform to these 9 classes where it was beginning classes, basic teachings. I'm going to do the final class today. And the reason for that is because most of us are mature here. The number of, the problem in Brazil was they had so many people come on, like over 3,000 people come in the last couple of months. These are all new knowledge seekers, and for them, they were attracted by the cups of life, and that's all they know. And they didn't know what the rest of the plasma science was offering, and they were lost. And so we tried to, shall we say, throw them a lifeline and allow them to follow a path to try and not just shorten the distance, but to shorten the time, because we don't have the time. The delay and consequences that has allowed us to go through millennia on this planet with self-serving at the expense of others, lying, cheating, stealing, murder, war, perpetual war. There are actually people who thrive on that. And there's a reason for that. And that is because they have disconnected themselves from their souls. So, how do we bridge this gap? So what we've tried to do through these basic teachings is not only repeat the knowledge basically so that people have an understanding, but also for future teachers to be able to explain to others. Because how do you explain 40 years of development in a matter of a few minutes, which is really what a lot of people are prepared to sacrifice. They're prepared to sacrifice a few minutes of their time to listen to your story. We go all through life trying to figure out how we operate. And one of the questions that I've had, and I'm sure most of you have had also, is that when nature all around us is showing how things work, why are we ignoring that? Why do we have to have rockets? And, why are we doing things the way we're doing it when in essence, really, it's unnatural? And when you look at the consequences and you say, well, we measure our success by the amount of money that we make, which is a man-made construct. And we punish nature with our activities. And that's a man-made construct. So any appeal towards natural science becomes obliterated in the methodology. And as Mr. KESHE said, maybe now that we're backed in a corner and we see what's happening, maybe we'll wake up. But you know what? It's December. We've been backed in a corner for over 12 months. We're still not waking up. And that's the problem. It's not our problem, because the peace dome is out there. The universal energy is out there. We're trying as hard as we can. And all we need really is to prepare ourselves now, because we're going into a new phase. So the danger is really that we're going to increase the gap between the basic knowledge seekers and the advanced knowledge seekers. The good news really is that by elevating the souls, that knowledge gets transmitted through connection. Knowledge can be transferred in many, many ways. So this is what we try to do with the basic teaching, is to at least show a method. And so I'd like to go into that this morning or this afternoon to discuss how we can discuss it personally, how we can discuss it in groups, and how we can discuss it with strangers. So, if I may, Mark, I'm going to proceed. Welcome, everybody. This is the basic public teaching of the KESHE Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's December the 13th, 2020. This is in conjunction with the KESHE Foundation Canada Plasma Education Group. And I know we read the disclaimer at the beginning, but we're going to have to read it again, unfortunately, Mark, because this is going to be a separate presentation. In this disclaimer, the information and educational material contained in herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANS processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, or listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. So we specifically disclaim any warranties express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided as is and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to. Thank you very much for allowing me to present that. As I mentioned, there were 9 classes, and as this was part of the KESHE Foundation Brazil Plasma Education Group, the last class was actually on Monday, December the 7th, and we were discussing the future of plasma there, and so we're going to discuss the future of plasma today, because as you can see, all of these components are still coming up in discussions. People need to understand them, and it's a bridge to go from here to there, or from there to here, whichever your point of view is. But we have included terminology so that we can discuss this on a sensible manner. We have specific terminology to the plasma science, and we had to go through the various stages of nanostate, GANs, and principal matters. We introduced amino acids and their star formations. This is the part here that we really have to understand if we're going to go into the advanced teachings, you see, because pretty much everything that we learn up to that point is, it's technically obsolete. So we try to introduce plasma state and dynamic plasma state. And of course, we're going to discuss the future of plasma. And is there a future? Well, there's a future of plasma because our conventional science has let us down. And that has been proven. So when we discuss terminology, we had to discuss what it means to be a charge and what it means to be energy in motion, and what kind of dimensions and geometries do we follow, and how do we achieve dynamism. But the concluding factor in all of this here is that the plasma itself is natural. It is a natural plasma. And although when we do the cups of life and we say, well, that doesn't look very natural, you know, it's not close to medicine or herbs or, you know, naturopathy or whatever. It is. It's natural plasma. You know why? Because we're natural plasma beings. That's why. And so to understand how things operate, we now have to look at our surroundings and we have to explain things in ways that up until now, conventional science has said, I don't know. And regardless of the education, it's always, I don't know. And that's unacceptable. We do know. There's principal matter. We created amino acids. We understand star formations and how they create plasma states through rotation. And then the non-tangibility of dynamic plasma state. And that's really where we're headed in the next 3 months. We really have to get it. So we have to, in our mind's eye, see what's going on. And so fundamentally, there are ways and means of transferring energy. One way is transmission. This is along the x-axis. It involves rotation of the field. Transition, that's the y-axis, cuts across through the poles. It actually cuts across through the layers of the plasma. And transmutation, this is the most exciting new field, the z-axis, because it indicates field strength. And this is something that we're going to have to understand because the representation of the periodic table of elements is missing some factors. And we have been lax in demanding the knowledge and demanding the accuracy of the knowledge. It's a product of our society. We accept and we're accepting of the lowest field strength. This is no longer acceptable. When we see the positioning of the plasma within our core, then we understand that the strength comes from within. And then we gather this dynamism, which comes from the interaction, because we're not alone. We're interacting all the time. The universe is interdependent. The interdependence of the universe is fundamental to the operation of the universe. And so it creates a dynamism, which is interaction. And that interaction creates a dynamic plasma. So the one thing that has been dependable in our conventional science is the lack of dependability. And this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable in the universal community, and it's one of the reasons that we're under quarantine. We're going to discuss even more terminology, transformation, transcendence, and transmogrification. But all of this really has to come from Mr. KESHE, KESHE, the book number 1, which is the 2 titles, Universal Order of Creation and the Creation of Matters. Both those titles are in the one title. And when you look at the book cover, you see the individual components and you see the field rotation and you see the balance of all these fields. And most of all, you see the interdependence. The interdependence and the interaction. This is key to the understanding. It can't be more simpler than this in terms of looking at the picture. And we can make it as complicated as we want. But the fact of the matter is, we were born on this planet. We came here for a reason. I think too many of us are not remembering the reason. How we came here, the structure of the light. We see that when we looked at the original field creation, and here there's 2 fields, and you see that they're different sizes. And so there's a flow, and there's a direction of flow, and there's a strength of flow. And so this is discussed in book number 2. And then the question is, are we, if we're creators, creating, then are we the origin of the universe? Or are we the product of the origin of the universe? And what does the origin of the universe look like? And how do we continue originating the universe? Are we the end? Are we the beginning? And or is it the person who has the most toys at the end wins? Well, you see, when you look at the creation of the universe, the fundamental point is that the universe exists from energy. And the second fundamental point is that this energy is always in motion. So this is one of the reasons that a lot of people are opposed to this technology, because they want to bag it, they want to measure it, they want to contain it, and they want to serve their own self-interest. And so we turn our back on nature. And we found that in nature, there is a principal matter. And through the universe, energy is always flowing. We call them PM ticks. And these PM ticks are rays. We find that the viruses are created the same way. And so there are viruses in space, and we have to learn how to handle them. If we can handle them in space, we certainly can handle them on the Earth. Because what we have to understand is how these rays come to interact with us. So this is the prime motivator, the force field interaction. And when we have a balance, we call it a maggrav. And a maggrav is a balance of force fields, and that is the essence of creation. The problem is, what is our point of view? Are we looking at it from Earth up? Are we looking from outside in, left or right, up or down? I don't know. Most of us are sitting on the floor, but those of you who are sitting on the ceiling, it's an interesting question, because when two forces come together, the real question is it destruction or is it creation? And so we have to understand that really there is no such thing as destruction. Destruction is a kind of creation. The question is, what kind of creation are you creating? All right. So it all depends on what you want. And if you want the most minimalistic of things, well, congratulations, you are a winner. But in reality, the way the universe works, when two forces come together, two PM ticks come together, they create an attracting force. And as you can see, they come together in the binding format. And we see the initiation of an x-axis and a y-axis. As these forces keep working together and growing, they finally get a structure, a balance of force fields. So now we introduce the z-axis. So we have the three basic dimensions, the way we discuss things on this planet. And so we can discuss that because we know the sky is up and the ground is at the bottom. And you can jump as high as you want. You always come back down. And as these forces come together more and more and more, they get absorbed within this construct. And they create a plasma. And we are plasma beings. And how do you know that? Well, because you're alive, you're moving, you're not rooted to this planet. The planet rotates and you come back every day. And so the planet rotates while you rotate as well. But you don't really get dizzy, you see. What you do is you get more dynamic. And in the process, what happens as we have a greater understanding of what our capabilities are, then we look at the dynamic plasma. And the key point about this dynamic plasma is that it transcends the boundaries of our maggrav condition. So in other words, it becomes more than what we are. And a lot of people confuse this dynamic plasma with our aura. And they see that as a speciality, something that is allocated to someone who has special knowledge. The aura is simply a manifestation of what your essence is within you. And this is what we're going to discuss more today. You see, when we look at the matter state, and here we have a representation of 4 rotating balls filled with GANs. They're nano-coated and filled with GANs. And each of them individually, in the process of the rotation, create a dynamic plasma field. But the key point is that when they come together, they create another dynamic field. So the combination of these forces come together. it's kind of like a sports team comes together. You know, you got all these individual players come together, and once they get on the field, they form a team. And that team then has an essence and a life of its own. And this is the dynamic plasma field that you see in the center here. And that dynamic plasma field is come from all the fields that go around all these individual rotating balls, and they come together as a dynamic plasma, and they create a new construct. So this is the object we get from the combination of forces. And when we see the combination of forces coming on this planet, we look at the original creation, and we see that there is a combination of forces. There's a combination of forces that are coming together on this planet, which are as a result of the interaction of the field forces from the sun and the field forces from the earth. Not only, however, because of nearness and proximity, they matter the most. And so that's what we're going to discuss. So when we look at what is the fundamental construct on this planet, and we see we have to have a package of energy. That package of energy is constructed in our water, and that water is constructed from hydrogen and oxygen. So we understand that the strength of the hydrogen is a 1 and oxygen is 8. And so the combination of the water comes up with 10, which we also understand is an order of magnitude. So here we have a fundamental order of magnitude in an energy parcelling unit we call water, which is the universal solvent on this planet. And it constitutes both magnetical and gravitational relationship. And the droplet of water is generally speaking round. And in its construct, it is balanced. And so it becomes what we call a maggraph. But because of its affinity and its Gauss-like quality, it gives and takes energy. And so one of the things it does, it shares an electron off, and there's your energy. Your energy is a positive charge. And that charge is the currency of the transaction of whatever is exchanging energy. So energy is being consumed in the process. It leaves behind a hydroxyl, and that hydroxyl consists of a hydrogen and an oxygen, the hydrogen being negative, the oxygen being positive. And the overall maggrav condition, because it remains in the hydroxyl, although it's in a balanced position, it now has a negative charge. So that means it is a giver. And it is always giving, and it is always energy in motion, and is combining with everything. And this is one of the reasons we use water to wash our dishes, because it is nature's solvent. But interestingly enough, when we look at the total mass of the hydrogen and the oxygen, it comes up with 9, which is 1 less than the order of magnitude. And we see that the oxygen is stronger and therefore is the giver. And so the higher feeds the weaker. That is the plasma rule. And the combination of the two creates an interacting field. And as a result, there's a balanced position between the magnetic and the gravitational fields. That's called a maggraph. And so now we have an orientation and we have a field strength. And that field strength is kind of maximum, because when we go through the pH levels, each one goes step by 10 by 10 by 10 by 10, which is an order of magnitude. The combination of the hydrogen and the oxygen is only 9. So we find that within it, we are able to stay within one of those ranges. And as we go from range to range to range, it changes the field strength. And we see the manifestation of this field strength come in various forms. But the thing is, fundamentally, two fields come together in perpendicular forces. They come at right angles to each other, and they create a geometry. And that geometry is an x-axis, which is 90 degrees to a y-axis, which is 90 degrees to a z-axis. And we say, well, you know, the way our Earth is looking, then, you know, that kind of reminds us of our equator and our poles. But when we look at the mathematical sets and how we understand the old plasma science, we understand vibration, we understand frequency, and these frequencies are all oscillating on these three different axes, each axis being perpendicular, and they oscillate upon themselves. So when we drop a stone in the water and we see the waves ripple out, we're only looking at the one axis, and that's the waves going out. The stone is dropping on the y-axis. But the question is, how far do these waves ripple out? When do they stop? And how big is large? And what are the parameters that are involved? And so we hardly ever look at the z-axis. Well, we're going to look at it because you see, when we talk about the plasma and the plasma positioning, when we look at the structure and when we look at the periodic table, one of the fundamental structures is a cube. And the cube has 6 sides. And so we look at the green circles here. This is what we call face centering. It is in the center of the face, and we have the top, the front, and the side. And then we have the back side, the bottom, and the back plate. These are all center positions where it is possible for plasma to position. And the impetus for positioning this plasma is the force fields that are generated from the corners, the 6 corners of the cube. And if the plasma positioning changes field strength, instead of being face-centered, they could be body-centered. And so this is what it means when you look at the periodic table of elements and you look at the crystalline formations and you look at the positioning of these other positions, whether they're face-centered or body-centered. But if we slightly rotate the cube, we get into another design, and that's a hexagonal. And we still have our 3 axes, but they kind of look different. And so we find that the center point, which is body-centered, becomes a fundamental plasma. And when you look at the kind of the structure here, you can see that there are many opportunities for interaction of fields. Interaction of fields which create dynamic plasma fields which interact together and come with another field. And so this slight rotation is the same way that we did with this hexagonal formation of these magnets. In order to change the polarity of these magnets, we just had to do a slight rotation. Not much, but a slight repositioning by rotation. And so they all remain the same. And as you can see, this is a 2-dimensional picture of these circular magnets on a plate. But that's not the way life works. Life works on 3 dimensions, right? We said x-axis, y-axis, and a z-axis. And so if we impose our planet on these 3 axes, so we see the equator and we see the polarity. We have a north pole that is magnetical and a south pole that is gravitational. And then we see that there's a field force that is going around the planet, which we call the magnetosphere. And then, of course, we have our water and our oceans, and then we have our core, which is gravitational. And it all follows the same rules. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so now we are substituting our hydrogen-oxygen construct for our plasma matter construct. In a previous discussion, we discussed the substructure, the matter state, antimatter, and dark matter, which is the substructure of our physical matter. So in this diagram here, not only are you looking at the combination of the various matters, which you can't see, you're looking at the interaction of the fields, which you can't see, you're looking at the force field, which you can't see, and the direction of flow, which you can't see. But as a plasma rule, all you have to understand is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Now you have to understand how you define what is the higher strength and what is the weaker strength, and what does it mean for the magnetical to be the giver and the gravitational to be the taker. you see, because all things are working in combination. If we're working alone, we're like a dog chasing its tail, but we are interdependent with the rest of the universe. We are interdependent, whether we like it or not, regardless of how much money we have or how much pseudo power we think we have. The thing is, we're all equal, we're all interdependent, and we're always giving and always taking. And there's always a balance of force fields. There is always a balance of force fields. Whatever you're doing, you're absorbing energy. And you are an energy pack. You absorb energy. We don't know which direction you absorb energy. Energy is coming from all over the place. It's coming from our neighbors. It's coming from our planet. It's coming from the sun. It's coming from our solar system. And it's coming from beyond. And when the energy is absorbed, it also has to be emitted. But there's another rule. The emission precedes the absorption. You give first, then you take. And that is the rule, because you have to set up an energy path. And you cannot absorb the energy, which is attraction and gravitational, without emitting and repulsing the magnetical fields. You see, because the energy comes in, it has to go out. And in order to retain it, it has to go around. And if you can't retain it, can't absorb it, can't emit it, then it just passes on through as if you don't exist. But the Earth has created a magnetosphere in balance with its gravitational aspect. And we see the rotation around the equator, which is pivoting around the poles. And the absorption and emission of energy is what we call susceptibility. The susceptibility on how that energy comes in. So we find that the conventional mathematics is not working. The conventional understanding of geometries is not working. How do we take these field flows and put them into field strength? How do we understand the field strength? So what we realize is that the old science of the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis, as shown in this drawing, is actually very much obliterated. And we find that the Earth, which is our home base, which we're looking at in tangibilities, is a representation of the field forces that create it. So it too is obliterated, and so it becomes hard to see. And then you see the individual field forces which are coming on the points of the star formation, and they connect together. And as a result of the connecting together, they create a gravitational position in the center. And so that gravitational position means that there has to be a flipping of the poles. And so we find that the poles themselves become magnetical. And if the poles are magnetical, then the opposite has to be gravitational. But two poles repel each other. So how do the two gravitational poles in the center come together? And so we find that the fields are rotating in opposite directions. And is that true? Yeah, just check your geography, just check your meteorology to find that it is true. So there's a relationship, magnetical on the North Pole and magnetical on the South Pole. But which one is stronger? And that's the difference. They're never the same. So there's a relationship between the magnetical gravitational and the gravitational magnetical. And so what creates the gravitational in the center is the rotation. What creates the balance of the force fields is the flipping of the poles. And what indicates the field strength is determined by not only the field strength of the Earth, not only field strength of the sun, we affect it also. And that is just what we have is the nearness and proximity. So it's not exclusive. Other field forces come into play, but at some point in time, you have to draw the line and bring into context the things that are relevant. So we are on this planet is our home, and this planet was created with the interaction with the sun. So those are the three things that we have to concern ourselves with. And so when we understand the interaction of plasma fields, we can see how it is going to change the future of plasma. And we find, well, isn't this interesting? Plasma seems to involve itself with so many different subjects. And these subjects we call fields of interest. Of course, so we're talking about health, agriculture, environment, transportation, energy and materials, communication, and of course, space exploration. And, you know, when we're looking at our tiny planet here, how come, you know, we're concerned about space exploration? Well, as it's been said, we are travelers in the universe, and we're traveling all the time. And as passengers, we can enjoy the show. However, there is a responsibility that goes along with that. So one of the things I'd like to discuss today is what is called a Tesla unit. It is a derived unit of a magnetic induction, and the symbol is T. This is a unit of magnetic flux density. Flux density. So just generally speaking, a magnetic field of one Tesla is considered very strong. 1 Tesla is considered very strong. Mr. KESHE has conducted an experiment where he showed, and what you're looking at is the meters that are measuring the field strength of the reactors that are not shown in this picture. And the meter is specifically showing you the field strength representation of the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. And I'm looking at the blue panel. And when you look at the third z-axis, you see that it represents 92 Tesla. We said 1 was very strong. 92 is like off the chart. And speaking of chart, there's a white stripe on the left side of the blue. And that stripe is kind of off the chart because you see, over a period of time, we were creating another magnetical field. And as a result of what happened, we went from 92 to 129. Let me just get a little bit closer here. I apologize for the blurriness, but you can clearly see that it's 129. What I would like to also point out is that the x-axis and the y-axis did not change. So the MAGRAV condition between the x and the y-axis remained the same, but there was a change in field strength on the z-axis. Isn't that interesting? And how much did it change? Well, 1 was very strong. 92 was a lot stronger. 129, I can't talk about it. I don't know. It's amazing. And so this is where the future of the plasma science is going. And so we're beyond the point now where we can say, gee, I don't know why this works, to the point where, well, wait a second. We found out 127 years ago that thanks to Mr. Tesla, we have electrical energy which created light bulbs. And then very recently, we've seen plasma light bulbs. Isn't that interesting? Kind of different. So these are things that we see. They are manifestations of energy that we've been able to contain in a MAGRAV condition. What is a MAGRAV condition? So we understand that these axes, the x-axis is a rotating field, the y-axis is a polarity, and the z-axis, which we've seen on the experiment, the 129 Tesla breakthrough, is the magnetical induction. And so now we can decide how big is large, and I don't know, and how far does it go, and why does it stop going? And so whatever it is that's causing the expansion of the z-axis is a balance of the magnetical, gravitational, attracting forces. So there's a repelling, there's an attraction. All 3 of these axes have a repelling and attracting. And so what they're doing is they're causing motion without electricity, motion without motors. which includes rockets. And everything that you're looking at here, you can't see. So, but you're only looking at half the picture, you see. You got to look at the top and the bottom. And as we know, common poles repel. So what we have to do is we have to flip it around. Now we're seeing how the fields in the northern hemisphere rotate in one direction and the fields in the southern hemisphere rotate in an opposite direction. And now we understand how the gravitational fields can be attracted in the center because they are rotating in opposite directions. And now we understand how both poles can be magnetical at the same time. So within the Magravs condition, we have opposite fields. Please remember that when we're discussing charges, charges are actually energy in motion. So we identify the negative and the positive charges as a way of identifying the direction of flow. So initially, the surface to volume ratio indicates a negative direction. And the higher the ratio of the surface to volume ratio, the higher the negative charge. So the higher the charge is the higher field strength. And so fundamentally, the negative gives and the positive takes. But as we said, when we only deal with ourselves, then it's like chasing a dog, like a dog chasing its tail. Yeah. So energy can be flowing or energy can be binding. So the flowing of the energy is the way the energy travels in the universe. The binding of the energy is the way of creation. And so binding kind of sounds kind of binding, but it's the way we manifest matter. And so through the binding, let's define matter. So matter itself is a manifestation of energy. And we find that in the small m matter, which is the old science, and the capital M matter is the new science, this manifestation comes through the binding. And that manifestation is also creation. So we're creating matter through binding. So energy binding is creation. And then the real question is, how binding is the binding? So a lot of us like to gather all the energy, but we find that matter can only occupy a certain space at a certain moment of time. You can't have one and the same energy that has a charge at two adjacent increments of time. That's impossible. Energy has to flow. So this is the embodiment of the principles of flow. And of course, where it flows, it has to be connected. And this is one of the ways, the new ways that we're going to be learning through connection. So I'd like to discuss amino acids again, because these are the building blocks. We build them as proteins. And we say the 3 amino acids are the foundation. The 4th amino acid causes the folding over to make protein. Simultaneously, when we make protein, we also have water. So, and we see that oil and water don't mix. And thank God for that, because otherwise we'd all be bags of mush. In reviewing how 3 come together, we find that as we take these 3 negatively charged magnets and we push them together, this is as close as we can get. And that distance seems to be the same distance when we would have had another circular magnet in there. And that magnet would have had to flip its poles to occupy that position, making it a positive charge. And we found that when we remove that magnet, the distance between the 2 negative charges remain the same. Why is that? And that is because the force field remains. It's there because of the other remaining magnets. And what was frustrating, we could get these 3 magnets together like that, but we couldn't do the same thing by flipping all the poles. So we have to see that in order to get all 3 together, we have to introduce a perpendicular orientation here. So you can clearly see that there's one axis and another axis. Let me just flip it around so you can see that there's an x-axis and there's a y-axis. The combination of these are creating a force field. It is dynamic. It is going all the way around. That is the z-axis. So you can see the magnets. You know there's a force field there, which you can't see. And now you have to understand there's a dynamic plasma field that is going around that you also can't see. So when we looked at the basic star formation and we put the centerpiece in, the only way it can stay in there is by flipping, and there's an attraction. So our 3 negative charge magnets are still on the outside, and we have the positive one on the inside, and the 4 together, well, they come together and they create a dynamic field. And so this was the basis of protein building, you see. They folded over. They folded over to create a magnetical gravitational relationship. What we're looking at here is the oxygen in the center. The green is the nitrogen, the black is the carbon, and the red one is a little hydrogen there. And so the oxygen being stronger feeds the other 3. The nitrogen being second strongest feeds the other 2. The carbon being the third strongest feeds the hydrogen. And of course, the hydrogen being the weakest gets fed by everybody. And so the positioning of this magrev is based on field strength, the combination of which creates a plasma condition. And that plasma condition is not only the orientation of the star formation in the center, but it now incorporates the plasmatic field strength of the construct. And this is the z-axis. And how big is it? I don't know. I have no idea. We can look at various things, check out their field strength. Here is a matter state manifestation of a field strength. And in the center, oh, there's that hexagonal format that we've seen before. But that hexagonal format is at the center. And then we have white petals that come out, and they don't look anything like the hexagonal format. So there has to be some kind of rotation, some kind of change to that field strength. So we have the orange field strength in the center. We have another white petal field strength that creates a magrev condition. So this is our daisy, and this is how we built that. This all comes from protein. And then does it have a plasmatic field that goes out? Yes, it certainly does. And how far does it go? I don't know. And so what we have to understand is that when we look at the circular magnets, we see that depending on our polarity, we either have repulsion or attraction. And although what we can't see is these field forces that are around it. And so they represent repulsion and attraction. These are the substructure, non-visible, non-tangible substructure of the physical magnets. And the point is that when we remove these magnets, which are in a matter state, because of the low energy, the fields go with it. In plasma state, when you remove the source, the fields may or may not retain. Generally speaking, they are retained because it's a magrev condition. So there is a substructure. There is a balance of field forces. Energy is coming in, going around, and going out. And this is one of the things that we wanted to point out with the old physics. It threw limitations. In the new science, there are no limitations. So we found in previous classes that the speed of light, the way we know it, is not the maximum speed. We found out that polar shifts don't cause ice ages and tsunamis in our daily life because we have polar shifts all the time. And we also understand the old science is saying, well, it's not possible to regrow limbs, or it's not possible to change the skin color, or it's not possible to change one's nature. It's always not possible. We always have excuses for not doing something. Well, in plasma science, just add for you, okay? It's not possible for you. A salamander can transform. It can regrow a limb. We can't do that, okay. but it doesn't mean it's not possible. It's just not possible for you. This is transformation. A chameleon can change color. Can I change color? No, I can't. But doesn't mean it's not possible. It's just not possible for the old science. So how do you change color? It is a manifestation of a plasma condition. So in other words, we have to transcend from the matter state condition to get into a plasma condition to change the color to be able to transcend back into a matter condition. The substructure for creating the color is from the plasma. The chameleon doesn't change the color from the physicality. It changes it from its plasma condition. That's transcendence. Here's our caterpillar. And we say 3 amino acids come together, form a string. You introduce a 4th one or more, and they start to fold over. What happens now? Well, you just flip one magnet, and you can bring them all together. Can you see the butterfly? Can you see the butterfly now? What happened? There's a gravitational positioning in your center, 2 magnets coming together, acting as one. And that remains as the gravitational positive charge. The outer ones remain the negative charges. There's a field force between the center position, which is gravitational, and the outer forces, which are magnetical. Oh, there are 4 field forces working on the magnetical with the one gravitational force in the center. So 1 and 1 in this case is 5 at least. Can you see the butterfly now? So can you believe that a caterpillar can change into a butterfly? This is transmogrification. The actual manifestation of the physicality stems from the plasmatic condition. The caterpillar is relying on the strength of its plasmatic condition. How does it do that? We can't do it, but the caterpillar can do it. Well, you know what? We can do it. We can change our nature. All we have to do is recognize our basic nature and elevate our souls. You want to get away from the bully in the minor leagues, just go to the upper leagues. There are different rules in the upper leagues, and that's where we need to go. Look how beautiful the butterfly is. It has done this on its own. Pretty smart. I'd say pretty smart butterfly. That's the point. This is how we build dimensions. We start with a point, we add a second and connect the two, and we keep going from there. But there's also rotation. And so we find that if we review the field of daisies here, and we see in the morning the sun comes up and it is in the red zone, and at noon it flips to the blue zone. In the evening, it flips back to the red zone, and at night, it disappears. The energy is coming from the earth. And so that creates a field. And the growth of the daisy is the energy that's drawing through the gravitational field of the daisy. And the daisy has interaction with other daisy. So you have a bush of daisies. Everything is interdependent. And so the sun comes up in the morning, sets at night. And so what you're looking at is the sweep of these 2 points, where the point on the left sweeps over to the point on the right. That sweeping motion is the dynamic plasmatic force field that you can't see. These arrows that you're looking at in these half spheres are all invisible, non-tangible. These are the energy sources that form the substructure of the magnetic structure. And we see that with our plant growth. We also see that with the universe. You take the universe, this is a heat distribution of the universe. And we see that there's a sweep that goes across. Excuse me. And we take the same point sweep and we sweep across and we see the same field that goes across. Again, when I say we see these fields, we don't see the fields. We only see the manifestation of the fields. We don't see the substructure of the fields. We have to learn how to see that. And once we can see that, then we understand we're talking about old science and how things are limiting. Here's your old science. It's been around for a while. Now you know how it works. You have a basic star formation and you create a rotating field, and that's your plasma field. So now you know how that works. And, you know, we're going to have to abandon this also because this is only, again, half the picture. This is the whole picture. The whole picture represents a rotating field. Clearly, you can see that there's a rotating pattern here. Clearly, you can't see rockets and motors and magnetic balls running around. Okay, these are all plasmatic fields. What you are looking at is the manifestation, which is matter state manifestation of a plasmatic substrate. And that plasmatic substrate is giving you these variety of fields. And the interaction of these fields is represented in this picture, depending on the nearness and proximity, the X rotating field, the Y polarity, and the field strength of the Z axis. So now when we look at the whole picture of the universe, we can see that this sweep goes all the way around, and now we can see the force fields, how they come into play. They go all the way around. You see, there is no day and night actually in the universe. So this is why our new spaceships are looking like this. This is why the universal body enhancement units look like this. And I know we'd all like to look inside. And so maybe we get a sneak peek, but this is something that we're going to have to talk about. Everything that you're looking at here, again, you can't see. It's non-visible, non-tangible, unless it wishes to do so. There is no rule that says that the plasmatic force fields need to manifest in physicality. But there is always an interaction because all things work in combination. And so this combination involves a pushing and pulling of the magnetic and gravitational fields. And when there is a balanced condition, you have a MAGRAV condition. So I repeat, you're looking at the combination of the matter, antimatter, and the dark matter in the gravitational end. And you're also looking at the combination of matter, antimatter, and dark matter on the magnetical end. And the combination of the two create a MAGRAV condition. So everything that you're seeing here, you can't see. Understand the plasma rules. Higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Strength is strength of flow. So the energy state is field strength, and the energy state is determined by order of magnitude. The direction of flow goes from energy state to energy state. It also involves transfer states. So energy state to transfer state to energy state to transfer state, all dependent on surface to volume ratios, because fundamentally that indicates susceptibility. And it also indicates direction of flow, which could be magnetical gravitational relationship or a gravitational magnetical relationship. So it all depends on the strength of that field. And so in review, principal matter is the plasmatics as they come together. All these plasmatics, PM takes our energy parcelling units. They come together and they create an interaction. That force field, therefore, at that point in time, is beginning to create the substructure. That substructure being antimatter, dark matter, and matter. Fields that you can't see. And the balance of those fields is a MAGRAV in fields that you can't see. They are there. We have to recognize them. And not only do we have to recognize them how they interact, we have to understand that they create our own MAGRAV conditions. So we have MAGRAV conditions interacting with other MAGRAV conditions. And additionally, we have to understand this energy is always in motion, and this energy in motion is a two-way street. And so That is the basics of interaction. And so we find that there's a big difference between the matter state and how we've been doing it. In the old way, it's chained us, it's limited us. So the periodic table of elements, the way we're looking at it on an atomic basis, is chained together. The moment we get into the nanocoding, we've gotten into a monatomic state. The unchaining begins. So fundamentally, when you talk to people, explain magnetical involves attraction and repulsion. Magnetical fields create gravitational fields, the balance of which is a maggrav. In that maggrav, there's a giving and taking, but not just within, but it also goes without. Energy is always in motion. So we give from what we are, we take from what we need. We take as much as we need, no more, no less. And we give unconditionally, because that's the way the universe works. The universe is interdependent. And so that's where the cups of life and their design has stemmed from. We have the 2 cups of life, and this is a gift from the KESHE Foundation. And when we look inside the cups of life, we need to understand what's going on inside. Can you see what's going on besides the nano-coated coil in the center, the zinc plate on the left and the copper coil on the right? Can you see what else is going on? Can you see when the GANs is formed? Well, there's something is manifesting, and where does it come from? And that becomes, in this particular configuration, zinc and copper GANs. And when you have 2 fields coming together, what happens? Oh, well, it's another interaction. And so we have the CO2 GANs comes in. And now what happens? Well, you just start to build your star formation, and so you have amino acid. And so we know from our amino acid, oh, this is where we started. We're making water. Look at that. Wow, there's an awful lot going in this cup of life. And so that cup of life with the zinc, we call it an emotional cup. The cup of life with the copper plate on the right, we call that the physical cup. And the 2 obviously interact together. We are emotional and physical beings, aren't we? And so we find the higher gives the weaker, so therefore the emotional is the gravitational. The emotional is the higher strength, and the emotional is taking, and the physical is the magnetical, and that's always doing the giving. And this is where the cheaters cheat. They steal the energy from the physicality, okay, because that's the lowest form of field strength, and that creates a binding energy. And that binding energy can be very painful for those who steal it. But for all of us who have the balance of the gravitational and magnetical field forces, as they come together, we can create a plasmatic condition, and in fact, a dynamic plasmatic condition where we become functionaries of the universe. Because when we look at within and we see the gravitational strength within, then we can emanate out. And so this is where the backwardness comes in. There is no stairway to heaven. There is no stairway to hell either. It's a stairway in, because in is where we are stable. We are the most complex organism on this planet. And that's what gives us our stability. It's our instability in what we give. And it is too simple sometimes what we give. But when we have our strength within us, then the field flow can go outwards. So that's the balance that we have between our magnetical outflow and our gravitational inflow. And that's where we have to change our point of view. When we discuss plasma, we discuss small m matter state physicality, things we can touch, things we can see. If we were to put a number on it, it represents less than 5% of our energy. And I think that is way too high, but it just gives a number as a relative number, 5% as opposed to 100%. Capital M matter state is plasmatic. No, we can't touch it. No, we can't see it, but we can certainly sense it. And that is a combination of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter, which is a substructure of our matter state condition. And, you know, how we give and take energy is always based on susceptibility. And so in this picture, we don't see plates, we don't see wires, we don't see nano-coated copper coils. What we see is the product, which is the GaNs. And that GaNs has the same kind of affinity as water on this planet, gives and takes energy. And as such, it creates a construct which absorbs and emits energy. So as it absorbs that energy, it creates a rotating field. So as you're looking at the GaNs in the cup and you're looking at it from the top down, you can see by the coloration of the GaNs that a rotating field is forming. You look at the bottle on the right and you see the hole in the middle. Some people say, well, there's nothing there. Well, no, nothing is not nothing. There is nothing. Nothing is never nothing. Something is always something. It's just something as opposed to something else. So in this case, it's not GaNs, it's a plasmatic field condition in there. How far does that plasmatic condition go, being the Z-axis? Well, I don't know. Here's a cup looking at it from the top down. You can see clearly on the left-hand picture how perfectly round the GaNs has created. The GaNs has completely evacuated the center point. You can see the glass in the bottom of the glass through the GaNs. On the right-hand picture, you have a side view of the same thing. So how do you do that? Gee, I wonder if it's done plasmatically. And that's the point. We have to change our point of view. When we try and elevate to our soul, that is the gravitational direction. What? The earth is our gravitational direction. That's right. The earth is our magnetical giver. We give to this earth. The earth receives. It's gravitational. So our visible reality and our matter state of the earth is the soul of the earth. Our soul is the interaction, the byproduct of the interaction between the sun and the earth. And there was a navigation tool that we employed to get here. Our soul is capable of doing that. We have a tendency to forget. And as such, we think, well, you know, whatever we're doing on this planet is of the greatest importance. Yes, it is. But we're finding that the conventional science has let us down. So when we discuss the new science, we have to define plasma in a simple way. Just say plasma is a kind of energy state. Okay, that's the difference. And these energy states consist of the lowest energy state, which is the small m matter state. But there is a way to go from the small m matter state to the capital M matter state. The small m matter state is non-visible, is visible and not intangible. The capital M matter state is non-visible, non-tangible. And how do we get from here to there? Well, there's an intermediate energy state. That's an energy transfer state. And conventionally, we have mastered the transfer of heat and electricity. But we know that there are other energy state transfers, and that involve nuclear physics. Well, we are now involved with plasma physics. We have migrated to a higher energy state. This, unfortunately, is all obsolete. When I say unfortunately, we just started to have fun with the plasma physics, and we have to abandon that because the dynamic plasma is even more fun. And with the dynamic plasma, it enters us into the plasma state. And then this allows us to interact with the rest of the universe. So we have an interactive energy transfer state. This is where the excitement comes in. And so we understand that there are two basic conditions of plasma. One is fields, and the other is boundaries of fields. And so we need to learn these skills. And all of these skills, regardless of which energy state you are involved in, follows basic plasma rules. All of these states increase by at least an order of magnitude, where the higher energy feeds the lower state. And these energy states will manifest naturally through natural creation or natural decay. Yes, it's as natural as day and night. Energy transfer is catalytic. It means it's non-consuming. That's right. The energy comes in the day, the energy comes at night. Tomorrow, it comes in the day, and then it comes at night. And these energy transfer rates are higher in a plasma state than they are in the small m matter state. So not only the higher states, the transfer rates also higher by many orders of magnitude. And so now we have three fundamental rules. Plasma absorbs fields. Plasma is a barrier of fields. But this is the one rule that is keeping us down. Plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And we found that the ethos of the universe was very much limited by the speed of light. Well, we've broken that theory, haven't we? There's a new theory, ethics. Ethics is part of physics, plasma physics. Ethics involves morality, compassion, and courage. And when you have this, that is the fundamental of creation. Nothing that has ever been created has been bad. It's just the way it's been used. And when you don't understand the essence of creation, and when you don't have the ethics, then you can't understand the way the universe works. And that is sad. And it all boils down to energy. And energy binding is the most and the hardest, most painful, self-serving way, because it's at the expense of others. When you steal that energy from others, you adopt it. You have to bind it. You have to contain it. It becomes baggage for life. And that is the sickness that we have on this planet. We're all creating baggage for life. And this planet is under quarantine as a result of that, because we need to stop doing this. And so the new teaching is not only showing the necessity of doing it, but is showing us how to do it. And we have the choice. And so when we just think now we're at the gates of hell, it all involves us to change our point of view, turn things around, and say, look, let's get the energy flowing. Understand that in order to maintain your MAGRAF position, yes, you have to be self-serving, but at the enhancement of others. Okay? Because when your neighbor is sick, your community is sick. We have to expand our thinking, and the expanding comes from within. It doesn't come from without, it goes without. It comes from within. And so we discussed universal languages, music and sports. These gave us a tremendous amount of emotional and physical satisfaction. And we question, is this satisfaction earthbound or is it spacebound? We have to change it. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Units show us plasma-bound science. The plasma-bound science involves the restoration of emotional and physical vitality, in addition to physical and emotional satisfaction. This is the new science, brings happiness, joy to this planet. This happy Brazilian couple isn't happy because they see their crazy hats in the mirror. They're happy because nothing feels better than feeling good. Nothing. This little red splotch on the bottom right-hand corner, this is our tiny, perfect little world. It is tiny, it is perfect, it is bloody, and it is in quarantine. And when I say 5%, I think it's a lot less, but anyway, unacceptable. We now understand that the universal order of creation and the creation of matters is based on a substructure of energy that comes together prior to the manifestation of physicality. And as it moves, as energy moves, it moves at the speed of light. We have to understand, is it earth light? Is it plasma light? Is it emotional light, mental light, spirit light, or soul light. Oh, and now we understand that the origin of the universe is coming from principles that somehow, some way has been kept from us. Are we the source? Or are we the soul, which represents the source? Or is our soul linked up to another soul? What is the connection? These are things that we have to learn. What we know, there has to be a source because we're here. There has to be a way to get here because we got here. Okay. And now the good news is we have a place to go. And the thing is, when we look at our life on this planet, we have to turn around because we're looking at it backwards. Or are we looking at it upside down? Well, the thing is, when you're in space, which way is up? There is no floor, there really is no ceiling. So the question is, we as creatures of this universe, we as universal travelers, we as universal functionaries, are we earthbound or are we spacebound? These are the things that we have to think about, because when we set up our own construct and understand that we ourselves are a magrav, where we have to open, allow, and yield the energies from the universe to come in, only then can we receive them. And when we provide the pattern, we get the energy. We don't have to lie, cheat, steal, or murder anybody to do that. This is the new plasma science. The KESHE Foundation Spaceship Institute has put this in public domain and is asking for the World Peace Treaty. Why? Because that breaks the quarantine. That brings not only peace on earth in matter state, but it brings peace on earth to humanity, which when we sign that peace treaty is the difference when we sign with our pen and when we sign with our soul. The physical and emotional harmony and vitality is available for everyone on this planet. No one gets left behind. The knowledge seekers become truth seekers. The knowledge seekers can be everyone. There is no qualification or disqualification from keeping you from being a knowledge seeker, because the truth is a universal truth. And can you become a difference maker? That's the question. That involves your ethics. That involves your compassion. That involves your courage. Yeah, you have to have courage. You can't be a passenger of the universe and watch the plane go down. You have to get involved. You have to be dynamic. That dynamic plasma state comes from within. It's a universal language throughout the universe. That's why that plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. This was the last of the 9 classes, and this is the end of today's lesson. Over to you, Mark. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening.
Thank you, Alex. If there's anyone here who is pressed for time and needs to go, please feel free to open your mic, or Dr. Gatwa has his hand up. Maybe we can take him first.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, Alex. I have a question. First of all,
I am present.
Yeah, thank you very much. I noticed that you've done a lot of work to create this presentation. But I have 2 questions. One, in your earlier slides, and I'm sorry I wasn't here at the beginning, but I think it was your earlier slides where you show water, H2O, and you say hydrogen is 1 and oxygen is 8. I believe oxygen is 16, so I would like for you to explain how you get 8 in oxygen. That is atomic weight of oxygen is 16, not 8. I mean, that's how I understand it. And then the second question is where you have charge. And you say in your charge, a slide that the negative gives and the positive, the magnetic core, takes. But I understand it the opposite, where a magnetic core gives and gravitational takes. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. That is one of the most difficult points that I had when I had to learn the new science, because it really goes against much of the teaching that we've had. The reference of hydrogen 1 and oxygen 8 has to do with periodic table of elements. So that is their positioning. And the number that is associated has to do with the number of protons that are counted. I always thought it was the number of neutrons, but it's the number of protons. And so the 16 that you're referring for the hydrogen is actually the number of electrons. And generally speaking, the number of protons equals the number of neutrons. And so as a result, we have a relationship between, when we look at the mass, and we have the total mass of the neutron and the total mass of the proton, and the total mass of the hydrogens, they kind of balance out. So we see that the mass of the neutron equals the mass of the proton plus the hydrogens. And so that's how they balanced it out. And then they filled in the orbitals around and tried to come up with that. The plasma science has totally changed that around. So the periodic table of elements has, unfortunately, because of its arithmetic relationship, has been very convenient. So we can slot the different elements based on the number of protons. But we find that the relationship, this basic equation, never, ever adds up. It's always out of whack. So there's always a little bit. And that little bit actually is the difference, could be the difference between, flying to the moon or, flying to Neptune. It's just that it looks like a small difference. And as an accountant, you can round it off to the nearest dollar. But as a scientist, it's a difference, I think, between you, landing on the top of the mountain or in the valley. That difference is huge. So that's what the number refers to. As far as charge is concerned, charges are always in motion. And so the giver is the negative charge and the taker is the positive charge. And this is the point when we look at shearing, electron shearing. Could never understand how come the hydroxyl was negative. When you look at the relationship, the electron is smaller, so it should be negative, and the hydroxyl should be positive. Well, see, the thing is that the energy is part of the transaction. It is no longer part of the state. It has actually gone into a different energy level. And that's what we don't understand. When we look at the periodic table of elements, we only see the matter state part of the elements. In fact, the entire periodic table of elements is actually based on a science that we can't see because it's all done through electron microscopes and particle generators and things like that for us to guess at the structures. But when you look at the energy, you find that the energy of the water is giving. And to create the hydroxyl, there had to be a consumption, and that consumption was the positive charge. So as soon as you remove the positive charge, you've changed the balance. So what was a Magrav condition of a neutral charge now becomes a negative charge because you've consumed a positive charge. This is a fundamental understanding that a lot of people cannot get, and it's something that I've had to listen to this 20 times to get it. But when you look at the basic rules of plasma. So wait a second. So the hydrogen is higher field strength. The higher field strength is the gravitational. The higher field strength feeds the weaker. The weaker strength is the magnetical. But the magnetical has to be the giver. The giver to what? Has to give to something. There has to be an interaction. So that interaction has to go out. And that's in one of the later pictures there. So the magnetical has to give. That is the emission. The gravitational will take. That is the absorption. What you're looking at here is the physical construct of the MAGRAV balance field. Without this MAGRAV balance field, there cannot be an absorption or emission of energy because the energy is looking for a pathway. So this has already shown a pathway, and it is therefore attracting energy. And in order to attract that energy, it has to give the energy first. The moment it gives the energy, it creates an attraction field. And so the energy is going out magnetically and coming in gravitationally. But within, that energy has to flow. And there is a direction of flow. Higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the construct, the substrate is the construct. And the construct does not have to manifest into physicality. There's no rule that it says that it has to. And the general speaking, the construct will manifest into physicality through the interaction of fields. So in other words, when we see the formation of the nitrogen comes in construct from the plasmatic interaction of the sun and the plasmatic interaction of the earth. The plasmatic fields generated by the two are the souls. The soul of the sun and the soul of the earth generates the field. And as such, it creates a MAGRAV condition. And as such, it can emit. It is the emission strength of the soul of the sun and the emission strength of the soul of the earth that interacts together. And that creates a plasmatic condition, a substructure, and an interaction of these fields. These interaction of these fields, once they enter into the magnetosphere of the earth, they become gravitational magnetical. In other words, the binding begins. And the strength of that binding increases as it comes towards the center. And so we look at conventional field strength transfers as coming through waves. But we're only looking at one axis. You have to look at all the axes. And so the whole concept of a circular construct is actually fictitious. It is spherical. It is elliptical. It is like a cornucopia. So there is a precession. In other words, when the sun, being the center of the solar system, and we see the earth rotates around its axis. You wake up in the morning, the earth rotates around. You wake up in the morning, you're in the same place. Okay, well, that's good. You didn't scramble your brains in the rotation. However, the position today is not the same as the position yesterday with respect to the sun. You have moved. And when you move 365 rotations, you don't come back to the same spot. You've moved again. So where you were December 13th last year is not the same where you are December 13th this year. So it doesn't move in a circle. It moves through different fields and different field strengths. And every time we go through this rotation, it becomes more and more gravitational. We, as space travelers, can go both ways. We have a unique capability where we can go gravitational to magnetical or magnetical to gravitational. And this is the new plasma science that's coming. And so all we have to understand is that we have and we are born with this capability. And all we have to do is change our nature. Instead of focusing on the absorption of energy, which is binding, we have to focus our energy on the emission, which is flowing. And then we find that the synergy kicks in, because now we become benefactors of the benevolence of the universe. And it is this functionality that we have to incorporate as universal functionaries, because that's what we are as travelers of the universe. We have this special characteristic, and we also have this special characteristic where we can, and we have chosen to physically manifest on this planet. And when we're looking at other universal functionaries, they may not have the capability for manifesting physically, or more likely, they don't have the desire to come to this house of pain, this mess factory that we have on this planet. And all we have to do is change the orientation, turn it around, understand the difference between giving and taking, emission and absorption. And this all comes down to the basic science. When we understand that the periodic table of elements represents the physicality. And when we look at the plasma periodic table of elements, which we take into account the field strength of the neutron, the proton, the electron, the antimatter, dark matter, and matter. When you gather up the field strength of all of those for the first time, the periodic table of elements balances. And that has been proven time and time again. 129 Tesla. It's done. It's in the books. It's in the history, manifested in physicality. Thanks for your question.
Thank you very much, Alex. I agree, understanding the first question in terms of the table of contents, table of elements and the positioning of oxygen as opposed to hydrogen. That's fine. But your second answer is too complicated. I would like to share a screen and explain. Can I share my screen?
Do you want me to stop sharing then?
No, you don't need to do anything. I will just share on top of you. I believe I can do that. Is that okay? The best way, the simplest way to understand hydrogen as the giver would be through the star formation that you drew, but in this time let's use Cohon, yeah, as the example, which is actually the ultimate star formation. It's always in star formation, yeah. So here you have nitrogen, which is the balancer, is the mother, that's the original. When matters are created, nitrogen is created after light with an atomic weight of 14. Oxygen, this is oxygen with an atomic weight of 16. This is carbon with an atomic weight of 12. And then hydrogen is 1. So this forms the star formation as we know it. And now we look at how plasma works, only in one way. The stronger gives to the weaker in order to create balance. That giving is in this way, it's like that. The stronger gives to the weaker. It's not in a straight line
Correct.
as drawing. It also gives here, yeah? 16 gives to 12, 16 gives also to 14, and now nitrogen gives to carbon, and there is always a remainder with this interaction. Always remainder one, which is hydrogen. Then that hydrogen has to give, because there is no giving without taking. Plasmatic magnetic fields have a source and they are directional, and this is magnetical, it gives. This is gravitational, which takes. That's PMT in motion, which amounts to energy. Okay, now in this process, of course, you know that that's how free plasma is created here. So that cohon has a soul. So it's a living entity. Protein is a living entity. It has a soul. But even more importantly is the giving part. Let me go back there. So hydrogen here, this hydrogen, I have shown how oxygen gives to nitrogen, and nitrogen gives to carbon, and also oxygen gives to carbon. Where does this hydrogen give? It gives to hydrogen, and then hydrogen gives back. So every plasma has an entry and an exit. This is a plasma of cohon, but it's exactly like any other plasma. It could be a proton, it could be a neutron, it could be whatever it is. It could be planet Earth. So entrance, what we learned to be what was named South Pole and North Pole, but here is the entrance and exit. So this gives, this is magnetical gives, gravitational takes. That is not to say there are no fields which are coming the other way, because I mean, these ones are going this way, but in between they are also coming out the other way. There are fields coming out the other way. But in general, hydrogen gives, and it becomes the actual the power of this rotation now, because this plasma rotates. And we can further explain that with hydrogen as the energy, which actually plants specialize in taking, with hydrogen, if you have, let's say for example, 24 hydrogens, that would amount to, is it magnesium? 24? Magnesium. So plants can do this very easily, where they only need the energy of hydrogen to make, for example, iron is 56. So with 56 hydrogens, 56 of them, you get iron. So this is how I understand that hydrogen gives, but not takes, which is to say magnetical gives and gravitational takes. So using this graphic, could you show me how magnetical takes and gravitational gives?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? The last sentence, can you just repeat your question?
Oh yeah, I'm saying with this simple graphic of cohon, could you show how magnetical takes and gravitational gives? Because I think from your drawing that was too complicated, and the way you gave your answer was too complex.
the plasma field in the center that you created with the yellow dot,
Yep, that's the soul.
that is your that soul there is your gravitational force.
That gives in all directions. It has no structure. It has no dimension. The soul has no dimension. It gives in all directions. That's the sun.
Right.
It's always giving. It's a giver. That one is not the. That's a different thing. It has no dimension. It's not like a magnetic or.
No, but the thing is, but it is not being consumed in the process, Gatwa. That's the whole thing. It is not forgiving its substructure. The gravitational aspect of it is a balance of the magnetical gravitational force fields, and it remains. The energy that it is giving off of the energy that it's creating, and it is likewise absorbing energy at the same time. It is not a one-way street, it is a two-way street. So the gravitational is giving, and that's what creates the structure. From that, there's an emission. It is that emission of energy which is magnetical. And because the substructure is of a maggrav condition, meaning it's gravitational, it has to receive that energy back, but not from the same source. It's from an interaction of fields. It gives to one field and absorbs from another field. This is the interaction of the plasmatic conditions of the universe. That's the point that we're not seeing. When you're looking at this particular diagram, if this is the building block of amino acid, that's one amino acid. Then you take a second and a third, and you're creating a link. And so at that point in time, you begin building protein. And when you add a fourth, fifth, and a sixth, then it starts to manifest, if you so choose, into the physicality. But as long as that protein is within our maggrav condition, then it becomes totally plasmatic. So in other words, everything that's within our skin is plasmatic. And it is that substructure which is what is the building block of our physicality. It is our plasmatic condition which builds our physicality.
Alex, the question is very simple. Does magnetical give or take? In my opinion,
magnetical gives.
Yes.
No, magnetical gives.
That's correct. So in one of your slides, which was about charge, it said the negative gives, which was
correct.
That was my question. And then you said plus the positive takes, but it's the reverse. In my understanding.
I agree with Dr. Gatwa. The positive,
no.
The negative is magnetical. The positive is gravitational.
And actually, no. The gravitational is negative.
You see, the gravitational is negative, and is taken, and is a female, and is a yin, and is a right brain.
Yeah, the positive gives, which is the magnetical.
The positive is gives, and also is
That's
yang, and is a male,
Takes,
and it's a left brain.
Thank you, Asa. So, Alex, that's my understanding, with all due respect, and I can stop sharing now.
No, this is one of the biggest differences between the conventional science and the plasma science, is understanding the direction of flow there. So
Yeah,
you have
but
to,
Mr. Keshe teaches it.
because this is a basic teaching. It is just a bridge from here to there. Once we understand that we transfer the difference between the magnetical, the negative and the positive into magnetical and gravitational, and the emission and absorption, you know, where this leads to is when you look at your soul, when you emit energy, that energy is a manifestation of your soul. You emit what you give your time and attention to, and as such you attract what you want. And so if you are creating bad intentions, then you are attracting those bad intentions. And if you want to attract good intentions, then you have to change your point of view. So you have to give first and you absorb what you need. That's the difference when we're dealing with plasma fields.
Even when the soul gives, it's being magnetical. It gives through magnetical. It absorbs from without. Even beyond these cohon, it absorbs a lot, which in that case means it's absorbing through gravitational fields. But it gives more. You know, the more you give, the more you receive. It gives so much in all directions.
That's the dynamism of the plasmatic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the soul. So it's
And that's when it becomes a dynamic plasma.
That's correct.
That's correct.
But in general, when it gives, it's giving through magnetical, never through gravitational. It's giving through magnetical. It's taking through gravitational. Because each field, each plasmatic magnetic field, has a source where it's coming from and where it's going. When it goes, it moves. This is always magnetical. It cannot move, and this is always gravitational. Gravitational pulls in, magnetical gives. That's my understanding. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, Gatwa. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. So I'll stop sharing.
Thank you.
How do I stop sharing? Sure, you're welcome. How do I stop sharing? Let me just, I don't see how do I stop? Am I sharing?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, stop. Okay. There you go. Back to you. Over.
Gatwa,
Thank you.
you sound like a generator.
I know. That's why I always use my phone as my speaker. But now, I pay twice as much. So I said, okay. For once, let me pay only once. The noise is from my laptop. Makes a lot of noise. I don't know why.
We have Rhino with his hand up, but before we go there, I just wanted to convey, you're talking about transfer of fields. I was in the Portuguese language community last Friday, and one of the gentlemen shared with us, he said he was in a city of 275,000 people, and he showed us a chart with the infection rates. And he showed us a chart going wherever it was from January. It was very high. It was going up in March. And then all of a sudden, recently, it went down. He said the mayor of the town, I think he said, was planning on building a hospital because the infection rate was so out of control. He said he started spraying the One Cup, One Life, and he wasn't making a direct connection and saying this is what caused it. But just recently, they had one infection, I think he said, in that entire city. So I was very impressed with that. So this morning when I went out to spray, I said, I will spray around 2 hospitals. So I went around the first one, and of course I added my intentions to it of peace and comfort and protection. And then the other hospital is about 1.5 miles away. So I just made a beeline spraying to the second hospital. And then I also encircled that just from my car. I didn't get out of the car, but I was just in the car. And that was my intention, was to create something like that happened in Brazil, in that city, right in our city. And of course, I know it goes out farther than that, but that was my intention today. And I want to thank the Portuguese language community. Rhino, you had your hand up. Would you like to come in?
Hello, everyone. I would like to add to the knowledge, because we talk about magnetical and gravitational and fields coming out, coming in. But in this equation, we have to think always, we have the fields coming in from the north and coming out from the south. There is not one-way fields. We are always remember that from the north, we have fields coming in, and same from the south, we have the fields coming in through inside the plasma from the south, but we have a traffic jam. We have field coming out. It's like when we look at our hands, it's the same. The space between our finger is what we is the fields coming in. Did you see when you spread the iron dust over the magnet? We have this line, and we can see the direction of the fields, but we have space between this line, and this space we have is the fields coming in the opposite direction. It's a little bit, it's like when you have a bottle with water inside, and we want this water get out. You can't just let the water out. Something must coming in, and in this case, we see air coming in and water coming out, but we have something coming inside. So I talk about this because we are always thinking it's not one way. The fields is, yes, of course, from the north we have the fields spreading out, but we have also the fields coming in. That's it.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. Mark, do you think I could share the screen again?
Of course.
Just to, okay, we're just gonna do this and this. At least I'm pushing the right buttons these days.
We see your screen.
The part about the plasma that we need to understand is the interaction of fields. The dynamism of the reaction isn't just within the construct. When we look at a balance between a magnetical and gravitational force field, that creates a maggrav condition. And so the higher strength feeds the weaker strengths. That is the point within the structure. And so the structure remains. However, in order for that structure to continue, there has to be an interaction with other fields. And this is the part that we don't see. And so when we say that the magnetical is the giver, So the outer field strength that we have, which is like on the earth, is the magnetosphere. That part is the giver. So the opposite is the taker. And so we don't give and take from the same source. This is very, very key. Our immediate source on earth, or the immediate source for the earth, is the sun. But it is the sun's field which created a field of attraction for the earth's soul to manifest. And not only the earth's soul, but its position within the solar system, which involves the other planets. So we find that there's an organization. Each planet has its own sphere of influence, that is its own plasmatic field. And to go from one planet to another planet actually involves going from one field strength to another field strength. But in perpetuity, all of these field strengths are gravitating towards the center of the sun. So the energy from the sun is actually magnetical, and it extends to the far reaches of the universe, of the solar system, excuse me. And then from the far reaches of the solar system, eventually through field rotations, it works its way back to the sun. And so what we found is, because of the misconduct on this planet, that our Earth has aged extremely rapidly. It has created a tremendous binding force. And so this binding force has been the dominating force. And because of its, shall we say, destructive nature, we have been put in quarantine. And it is very difficult for us to participate in the rest of the universe with this kind of attitude, because what is missing is just like what's missing on the periodic table of elements. The substructure of energy that we don't see in the antimatter, dark matter, and matter is the same thing that we don't see in our ethos, which involves morality, compassion, and courage. This is what I'm saying, translated however you wish. It has to do with the ethos, because our soul is always emitting. And so the souls of the universe see what we are emitting. They don't see our physicality. Our physicality is the lowest energy. They look at our essence. And if our essence is malicious, they can see that. That's why you can't play poker in outer space. There's no bluffing. You want to bluff, they know what you're doing. And it could be a very lonely thing, because for the universal functionaries, they will always seek refuge, because the universe is a benevolent place. This kind of madcap destruction that we have on this planet is alien to the rest of the universe. It is a revelation to me that there's been mentioned that there are other places in the universe that have the same problem. And the reason for it is because of the interaction of the fields. We have the power and the capability within us to bring peace to this planet. But in order to bring peace to this planet, we have to understand the difference between binding and flowing energy. So the binding energy is gravitational, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's how we manifest physically. But how tight do you wind the spring? If you have a watch, a wind-up watch, and you keep winding and winding and winding, you will wind it so tight you may even break the spring. And that's where we're at. We're broken. We're a broken system. And so what we need to do is to understand the nature of plasma science and how it's benevolent, gives as much energy as we need, but no more, no less. And it is there for the taking, because that is the compassion that the universe has. Life wants to live, so that energy is always flowing. It's us who are having the problem with understanding the rate of flowing and the rate of binding. And it's us who are having the problem with understanding that it's a two-way street. So as the gentleman just described, that's the essence of the flow. And so it's not just a flowing of a giving and a taking within us. That giving and a taking within us is creating the Maghreb condition of our existence. But the giving and the taking with respect to the interaction of plasmatic fields involves a codependency. And it is this codependency that is a fundamental rule of plasma science. There is an interaction of fields, and it is through this codependency that we generate the heartbeat, and it is through this codependency that we create a field. And within that field, we can create motion without motors. We can do this. The bees do it, the dragonflies do it, the butterflies do it. The mighty military cannot do it. The question is, why are we ignoring nature, which is all around us, showing us how things work? It is a natural science. Thanks, Mark. Over to you.
Alex, I have a question, please. Keep this picture.
Oh, okay. Let me go back. I'm sorry. Okay, no problem. Yes, Jalal. Good day to you.
Good day. Thank you very much for your teaching. When you look to an entity, not the human, because the human is different entity. No, keep the picture of an entity, please. Like the flower.
Oh, the flower?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm just going to have to. I'm going to have to flip through these. Okay, so you're talking about what are you doing there?
Spotting like you,
Oh,
and
There is no flower here.
Jalal, are you still there?
Yes.
Is this the one that you want?
Yes. Any entity. This is an entity. So it is dynamic and alive. So my question is, when we know that this entity alive, that means it's give and receive. And we know in the space, in the universe, they know you from the color what you are emitting. And we know also in the universe, you ask, you receive. Asking in this meaning that what you need. And you give what you do not need. So the question, how I identify an entity, if this is this color, what it emits, it is what it needs, because the color also has strength of plasma. So how I identify this? Is it this color is what is luck because she don't have, that's why she showing up this color, or this color which is it have and need to give out to exchange, you know, because they are working with exchange fields. So really this is a little bit puzzle me to understand.
Good evening. Can I come in?
Oh,
Yes,
go ahead. I was going to answer the question, but go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll stay quiet. I'll stay out there. I'm a
Oh,
novice
no.
seeker. I'll stay out of it.
I chased Susie away.
I thought the color you see is the color the entity cannot hold on to.
The color you see is not what it cannot hold on to, but but the balance between yellow and the white is the strength which the flower sends that it needs to attract or to receive. You don't look at the colors individually. You look at the balance, the strength which the flower emits. And we don't see it, but if you look at the field of the strength of it, it's the fields which it needs to absorb from the, what we call the environment, the protein, for it to mature the seeds inside it, because at the back of this yellow pot, there is a seed. It needs to mature it. This is the belly of the mother. Behind it is the womb. And this is what we say always in the creation. We receive some of the energy from our mother in the womb, but we attract a lot more from outside. So in a way, that yellow pot on the top is the field interaction or attraction, which the protein strength the plant needs to nourish the seeds in the back. That's all. A mother eats food. When the plant, that's why when the plant feeds the children and ready to be born, the plant does not receive, it does not give any more energy, so it understands the point of saturation or the growth of the seeds are complete. And then the plant shivers, and the field of the yellow tells the white, the mission is over. We have fed the children, they're ready to go. This is how the nature works. This yellow drum is a creation of between the yellow and white, they create like a zinc and copper. It creates the strength of the field of the protein, which it needs from the atmosphere to absorb, to feed its children inside, to make it available for them inside. And if you look at the back of this plant, you see where the seeds finish, there is a structure, which is the copy of the yellow but inside, but weaker. So in trying to feed from where it absorbs to the back, it nourishes, delivers energy to the seeds for them to mature and to grow. The growth of the flowers and plants, it's a natural process of absorption of protein. But if all the protein comes and sits on the yellow, doesn't do much. But internally, the white is connected to bring that flow back from the back. And it's like a plate in the back of the sac, which is connected to the white. So the circulation comes and the protein continuously goes in, and what is not needed in a real life, children do the waste through their umbilical cord to the mother to get rid of. This, between the white and yellow, at the back, if you look at it, the white goes deep in a specific way that it taps into the back of the sac, and whatever the children don't need, which are the seeds, release into there, and the white brings out and releases. It's a continuous circulation. It's not just a flower. A flower is exactly like a womb of the mother. That's why the mother is like a flower. It has a magnetical protein circulation. It's not that whatever comes from the roots, without it, they will not grow. The seeds will not mature. And in a genetic modification, that's what they do. They deprive the seed to create the circulation of the motion of the fields. So when you look at the plant, look exactly why this plant, in the back of it, there are children, there are babies, they need to be fed. And the creation between yellow and white, difference creates calls in the protein which the yellow can take on its own. And in that process, in a way, the white stays the positive, the yellow stays the negative, and it pulls. But because it has a moisture on it, it's like the top of the gans plates. He absorbs protein, and that protein energy goes through as energy to the children, and then the white takes what they don't need, and then they still keep that balance. We see it in the plates.
So if I identify what this plants need by the energy.
If you identify its amino acid, yes, energy of its amino acid, then you'll find out you can grow the children inside. This is what we'll teach very soon about the growth of children in an enhancement unit. In a way, we have a knowledge to create children without the womb of the mother in the enhancement unit. But if we show it, a lot of you will become kafar. You know what the kafar is in English, in Farsi, in Arabic?
Cover up.
You deny the creator. Because you say, I can do it myself. We see how many people have done that in KESHE Foundation.
Mr. Keshe, you've just said the umbilical cord is a tract where the child gets rid of what he doesn't need.
Most of, yes,
true?
more or less. What is it? Pardon?
Yeah, no, I want to interpret it clearly.
Yeah, it's a circulation, waste circulation.
Exactly.
Part of the muscle tissue circulation, yes.
So the child only nutrites himself from the energy acquired from the fields.
That's how the principle of the creation is.
Good.
The,
No, I wanted to.
The womb of the mother, the liquid of the womb of the mother is much more stronger than the blood of the mother. And the child is a transformer. As it goes from the high energy to low energy as waste, the child absorbs it and nourishes and grows.
And he also breathes it. If he can't breathe it, his lungs don't.
Doesn't matter. It's not that. It's not important. The whole thing is you have the womb as one of the reasons the shape of the womb changes. And if you look at the shape of the womb of the mother, if it is up or down, you can say if it's a boy or a girl. The shape of the belly usually is a very good indication of what you're going to get as a boy or a girl.
Very interesting. Thank
you. Because the girls usually take from the top towards the heart of the mother. That's where the love comes, and that's how they can teach their children. The boy is away from the mother, sits lower. But majority of the cases, this is how it works. The process of creation is very, very clear. It's very easy if you understand it.
May I add a point?
Carry on. Why you ask me? I'm a student like you. I'm listening. You had a beautiful presentation, as good as much as I could to stay in at the time. I had to go out a couple of times for meetings, but it was a beautiful presentation. It's the first time I see a knowledge seeker speaks the correct way near enough about the fields and not matter, and it makes a lot of direct sense.
Well, thank you very much. It's taken, well, it took about 6 weeks of preparation to get to that point. Because
it's taken mankind 6 million years. Is not bad for 6 weeks.
No, I'm referring to the the 3,000 Brazilian knowledge seekers who came on. You know that this is all foreign to them, but you know, Jalal has asked a question which has upset me for well, I've been teaching now. I guess this is my 3rd year. It's upset me for 3 years because no one asked this question before, and I know you've answered the question in a very important way with respect to creation and protein building. But I believe the question you asked, Jalal, is if you absorb what you are and you emit what you reflect, like in terms of color, in terms of the color that is, it's the color that you see is the color that you are not. This was a problem for me to understand. So the color that you see is the reflection of the color that you're not absorbing. However, that is not the color that you emit. There's a difference between the emission spectrum and the reflection spectrum. So the emission spectrum comes from within, comes from the soul. And so the aura that you're looking at is actually the representation of your soul. And for the majority of us, we cannot see the aura unless we're clairvoyant, and then we can see the aura, and then we can interpret the aura and through the colors of the aura, because the colors of the aura reflect of what you are, the essence of what you are, whereas the color that you see is the color that you're not. So literally speaking, if you're wearing blue jeans, they're every color except blue because they absorb all the other colors. So you don't see that, you only see the color that's reflected. I want to emphasize the difference between the point of the plasmatic emission of the color spectrum and the reflection of the matter state emission of the color spectrum.
And after that, I will ask you a question, huh? Don't forget.
Yeah, okay, but I'm hoping that this is the answer to the question that I think you were asking. Did I answer the question that I think you were asking?
Part of it, yes. Thank you. But let's say, if the physicality is copper and the emotion is zinc, what is the strength of the soul?
Oh, come on, Jalal. The stronger feeds the weaker, so the soul is stronger.
Maybe Gatwa can answer me this question.
No, but you take a look at, who is stronger, the male or the female? The male is physical dominated and the female is emotional dominated. Yeah, well, who runs the show? It's always, really the emotional strength is stronger. If I, let's say, okay, you're an athlete, okay? And I'm the coach. Okay, if I can't capture you emotionally, the physically will not follow. If I motivate you, the physical follows easy. This is why people go to war, because the captains and then the people who are behind that, they have motivated you emotionally to go to war. Because when who's so stupid to go to war? The only way that you can do that is when you limit yourself to your emotional and physical interaction and you totally forget about your soul. If you would connect to the soul, like the way we are naturally gifted to be able to connect to the soul, we would never go to war. There's no way that you can be convinced to go to war because it's a violation of universal laws. Life wants to live, and that's the way it is. So what we're doing is the opposite to that. So we need to turn around our viewpoint, and so we have to differentiate between what is the emission in a matter state and what is the emission in the plasmatic state, and we have to understand which is stronger. So we have to entertain those fields. That's the change that we're going through. So as I said, one of the frustrations I had as a soccer player is I would play in the lower leagues, like an industrial league, and I go into a game and I get kicked 6 times. And I thought, these guys are ruffians. No, they're uncoordinated. They don't know because I kick them back and they think it's normal. And then that's a stupid thing. So just abandon that league, go to a higher league. I've played in higher leagues, never get kicked. The only time I get kicked is the guy wants to stop me, definitely kicks me, okay? But not accidentally. The guy kicks me just for the sake of kicking me, not because he's intentioned, just because he's incompetent. So this is the same thing we can do with the souls. Instead of fighting, being anti-maskers or anti-vaccine, We need to elevate our souls, change their platform, go to a game that they can't do. They can't play poker. They can't lie, cheat, and steal, okay? Because that's not the way the universe works. The universe is a benevolent place, and we are the travelers in the universe. All we have to do is understand that the universe is a benevolent place and gives us as much energy as we need, no more, no less. Then all of a sudden, all the knowledge seekers here today can go to bed tonight with peace, and serenity, that you can sleep at night knowing that you don't have to be terrorized the way this population is being terrorized on this planet today. So once you know the truth, then you have to stop and realize, wait a second, you know, which is the stronger field? Which can I enlist the services of? And this becomes a skill that we all have to learn. And unfortunately for most of us, we have to unlearn the other skills. The ones who have an easy time learning are the children. They get this easy. You could talk to a young kid and explain to them why, because they soak up the energy like a sponge, because they trust. They inherently trust. It's only as adults that we start to be deceivers and we think, oh my, you know, this is a great characteristic to have. Not at all. I'm sorry. But that's the difference. When we emanate who we are, and who we are is what we give our time and attention to. Thanks very much, Jolan.
Thank you.
Anna has a question, and then we can go to Stephen and Lena. And please allow the others to participate. So don't take up too much of the time. We want others to be able to open their mic and participate. Jalal, is your question, is everyone's question answered?
So it's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Liliana. Liliana, can you open your mic? The question was, does the soul have a color?
Yes, of course it has a color. Every soul has a different color, though. We have 7 billion souls on this planet. Each one of us is of a different flavor. And that flavor is a combination of the various experiences that we've had through our journeys. And it is the dominating forces of those field strengths is where the commonality comes in. So common purpose, common interests, common understanding. It is not identical. There's no such thing as identical, because there are no two energy spots at the same point in time. Energy is always in motion. So you and I can come to the same conclusion, but come through different paths. And when we come to the same conclusion, we have a common ground, and that is a binding force. And that is a welcome binding force. That is not done through a abuse of binding energy, but that is a welcome part of creation, and that is the essence of creation. So 7 billion of us were brought to this planet, but you know, we now have to realize not only how we got here, but why we got here. And for so many people on this planet, they have no sense of purpose. They have no sense of identity, and they go through this depression, this total depression. Nobody on this panel today can go to sleep rightfully without having a depression, except for the fact that we are depressed at the state of mankind today. And so we bring the Peace Dome twice a day on Sundays. But you know what? The Peace Dome is all the time. You don't just sit there, clench your fists, clench your teeth, squint your eyes, and say, I am going to manifest a Peace Dome. It's not the way it works. It's as natural as sun coming up in the morning, sun going down at night, the earth rotating on its axis. It's natural, natural, natural. And we are part of that process. As long as we understand that, open, allow, yield, and receive those energies, then we are working with the universe, not against it. Never tell the universe to shut up.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank
Stephen?
you for your question, Leanna.
Can I add to this a little bit? All the souls have the same color at source. It's their interaction with us which gives them that color. The color we see them at. I might see the soul to me will be pink, but to you could be blue. And so when you ask if the souls have different color, all the souls are the one in essence. In respect to their strength and into the dimension of their work, in interaction with us, we see the color we see. Not everyone sees them the same color. And this is how we find we're in love with one soul, or we need something from the soul for us to have energy, or we need something from the soul to take us somewhere, according to what taking us somewhere love and energy means in color to us. But in essence, the energy, the fields of all the souls are the same. According to us, now we understand the energy of plasma is what we observe as a color of, and what that color means to us in the interaction with ours. Where to us could be, I love you, and to another one is, I like you. But I like you, to his color could be the same pink as I love you to you, but to him that pink color means I like you. So yes, the souls have only one color. Is us, the interaction with our soul, which will decide what that color means to us. And this is what is emitted in our vocabulary. Otherwise, a soul has to keep on changing its color. Depends how many souls are in touch with. So in reality, has one color, is the creation of. The ultimate goal is, into the man's eyes, is gold. It's the highest level. Because we value the gold that way. So it's become part of our inherited strength. And then we have the white, which is a transparent white. And we reach that point of development that we can gradually show these things. And we're testing in the labs, we see it, we observe different things and how people even come in touch with different cancers, change their, what we call the colors and the souls and their emotion. And we are testing some of the most beautiful systems at the moment, which we see some beautiful things that mankind will enjoy to see. As I said before, I'm spending more time in the lab. That's one of the reasons I was late. This Sunday late, we were working in the lab, testing one of the most advanced flight systems. Maybe we shall in the coming times. So what we see, how we feel, the system, what it wants from us, all counts. All counts. And so our soul is all the same. I made man in the image of myself, even the color of the soul. How you expect what you expect in respect what I want, show you different colors in respect to you and nobody else. There is the lady from Lena, she's here. She's got her hand up. I've seen you sending us the link for your article. Would you like to talk about it? And if you want to release the link public, could you allow Lena to speak, please?
Yes, I would like to say hello to everybody. Thank you very much for this invitation, especially to Mr. Ketan. And my query is about the plasma. How is related plasma with our emotional universe? if there is any logical explanation as consider the physical argumentation, or is everything with an holistic approach? Thank you very much.
First of all, before I answer you, would you like to release the link to your publication?
Yes.
Or not yet?
No, it's okay.
Has it been released?
I would like Mr. Ketan to do this because I'm on my mobile, so I cannot do it on the same time.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat if you want, or he can put it.
Okay, if he can put it, thank you very much.
Do you
Mr.
want me
Ketan.
to do it, Ketan?
The article is released in the Greek language, but next days it's going to be released in Italian and in English language as well.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
In answer to your question, in the plasma technology, we consider as all the fields within the structure of the plasma is one, so it does not have a separation. So the soul of the man is part of the construction of the plasma of itself.
Okay.
So it's nothing different than the rest, but within this structure, in a present matter state, we say this is the oxygen, this is the hydrogen, this is happiness emotion, that's the sad emotion. But because we have never understood that the emotion and the physical matter is a collection of fields, so they all sit within one structure, where within that structure, to a given point is a given strength, and when the field reaches to that point, we feel what that soul feels. If you repeat your question again, then they understand. I'll try to see how I can explain it to you in a different way.
So according to Aristotle theory, everything is related to each other, all the fields. We are the one and we belong to the whole. So you told me before that plasma is, I have to, the perception of plasma in my mind has to be like one unity. So in this unity, I would like to explain to me how is the correlation between plasma to our emotional brain, let's say. Okay, you said that everything has layers, has different fields, but how can we interpret the emotional universe like a code in relation with the plasma? This is a question.
I'm trying to.
Mr. Kesh, can I say something to her? Maybe I can.
Yes.
The way you see the emotion, everything is a field. Because
okay.
Everything is, you see, your physicality is a field, your emotion is a field. So, for example, say you have an emotion of sadness, yeah? That has a, for example, if I give it a number, has a field of say 75, yes? And then
good.
I can give you a field because I can actually make you happy in five seconds, because I can change your field, and in 5 seconds you start being very happy, and you don't understand why you were even sad, because you think those emotions you own it, but you don't own it. Those are the field that you actually releasing those field, and you think this is me, and these are my words, and this is me, but actually everything is a field. And we all make a mistake, and we go through life we owning all those fields as if this is us. Actually, all of us in a natural state, which is a God state, we are all peaceful and we have nothing, just love. But then because our field is so different, we think, oh, this is, I'm sad or I'm happy. and the other person is, and we actually judge everybody according to what they are. But in actuality, the field they show, the field they own, that shows the state of what they feel. But in actuality, there is no feeling as such as a sadness or this and that. It doesn't exist, because of your field that you carry with you, you created that emotion. But if you understand it and you separate yourself from your thought and emotion, you actually can sit on the side and you look at your emotion and you say, oh, this is the emotion, but it's not part of me. But you actually can play with your emotion very easily. You don't have to own the emotion. You can look at them, you can play with them. But because you're in it, you think it's you. In actuality, it's not you, it's just your field that.
So you have to take absence for the distance from your emotions so that you can observe it. But
yeah. If
you don't.
If you understand to separate your physical soul and soul, just a little touch between the two, actually you can go from physical to soul and you can play with it. You will know when you're in physicality, you will know when you're in the soul. It actually is amazing if you can do that. Then you will see all those things that you call my emotion is just a field. You can bring it up and down.
Can I come into explaining? I think what the question was is maybe can be explained in a different way and in the within the teachings. What we see, what we always explain, is that the plasma is a three-dimensional, which goes this way. This is the representation of both I have a problem with my pen now. Is the representation of what we call both gravitational and magnetical. It means it gives and takes. You have a hand on your thing, which is just somebody's hand. Is Steven's hands up? Is blocking my system. Can you release that hand because it sits on? Okay, it's done now. So what happened? Let's say this is the field, the strength of the soul as a plasma, because it's dynamical, and so the strongest sits in the center. The strength of the, let's say, the emotion of the love is another strength sitting with it, next to it, within the structure of it. Yeah. But it finishes to this point. The same plasma, the structure of, let's say, joy, sits the same way, but goes to here. If you take it, it goes up to here. Because the love is a giving, so it's to give more. Joy is something you take more, but you might not give that much. So all in a plasma state, everything is inherent. It's just like a tree with a bigger trunk in the center, and as it goes up, it narrows down. But at each level of height has different functionality. But this is the way we look at the plasma. The way the plasma of a soul is collective of all these inside it, and what it needs or what it receives at the given strength. When it receives the field, the strength of the gravitational and magnetic field at this strength, he knows this is a joy for the soul. At this strength, he knows is love, because it's given more, but doesn't expect much to receive, but it receives as the highest strength of it, because to give more of is what it is to give. So we
we actually receive more when we are in love than we give what we think we give because we show it. And so the soul of the man is a spherical, is dynamic ball. When you look at the GANs, it's dynamic and it's spherical. But all comes three-dimensional from the center. But all carries the same. And we understand this fully because in the enhancement units, we create plasmas of this strength. If you have a depression, if you have other diseases, now we can literally create boundary of the fields. And at the moment in the lab, we have developed what we call the most probably the most advanced space fuel, which is on the test. And it's amazing how the field strength of the systems will dictate the flight condition. In the past, we used to create these kind of things. Now we generate conditions which brings the space fuel into the system and develops it inside. And we load it up that. And so when you look at the soul of the man, is a ball which has all within the strength of it. Every single thing at different strength has different emotion which the soul feels. This is the beauty of understanding the knowledge of the creation. It's the same in our brain. In our brain, when you slice the brain, you'll see where they say this is the place which we recognize joy, or where is the language. And you take your brain and cut it, slice it, and look at it. In the brain, when you look at the brain of the man, when you slice it across, you will see at a given sliced position, even if you cut it with a knife, you feel the difference in the texture. And you know there's a point. And that sliced position is like cooking, burning, you know it's used for a specific purpose. The problem is we don't understand the science and we don't look at it the way it is. I work very much like Da Vinci. I've done that for years because then we can translate. When I want to test something like a brain, I take a very sharp knife, extremely sharp knife, which just carries the weight of itself. And I feel the emotion of this knife going through the tissues. Then you sense there is a position, which position the brain is. And when you study the books, they tell you this is a position of the memory or whatever. And then we try to understand the structure, because now we produce the brain. For us to produce a copy of a brain is extremely easy. Time consuming, but you can create it. We've done it. It's been done in the lab. So when you pass the point of the soul of the animal in the brain, you feel it. You feel the emptiness. This is why I precisely can go and say where the position is. It's so minute. And so when you look at it from that point, it's a sun, it's three-dimensional. What we see as a heat and energy on this side of the sun, we see it on the other side of the sun. But the other, the sun, if you are in a winter or summer season, which part of it you are, we see the same sun. the same strength. So is the soul of the man. In the strength of the brain, it changes to emotion. In the strength of the neck down, in interaction with the soul of the planet, the central point of gravity creates elongated object, which is the physicality of the man. And even that, you can see how it transfers his emotion. How the body, when we look at the body of the man, when you have the head and you have the brain, and you have the spinal cord, if you look at it, how is the structure itself? It's amazing how everything is placed, the lungs, the heart, the intestines, everything has set in respect to what energy can be transferred out in respect to the planet Earth. There is no way man will give birth to a child in a space and will be looking like a man if we live the dimension of the space, because the gravitational pull dictates something else, but our genes and our RNA will dictate these are the things I need in respect to the environment. Can it be accommodated? So we see we have a lot of understanding, because when you look at it, if we can draw it in a different sense, is you have the skull of the man, you have the brain of the man, and then you have the position of the soul of the man. The soul radiates like this. And beyond the boundary of the brain. And in interaction with different points, here is a joy. Here is sadness. Here you find memory of the good things. Here you find memory of the bad things. That's why we have two halves of the cell. And present science says man uses at any time 5, maybe 10% of their brain. If now we understand this science of the life, brain works 24 hours a day. There is nowhere it stops. And this position with here, it creates in this section memory and information in our computer. In respect to Earth, the same fields in here creates the kidneys, here there is the heart, here is the lung. Depends what field the strength we are sitting in. And depends on the strength of the soul, because the strength of the soul in respect to the center of the earth decides the height of the man, the shape of the man. And that's why we see the short people have certain behavior, because they are there somewhere, so they receive different fields than the taller guy. And more or less, in the animal world, the hierarchy comes from the position of the brain.
I have a question in respect of that, Mr. Keshe.
You always have a question. Have I answered you? Have I answered the other question, please?
Yes, go ahead.
For Lena.
Have you understood? Is she still with us?
Professor, yes, I have understood. It's more clear to me. I have also written that in chat. Thank you very much for your kindness to explain to me more analytically.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yes, hello.
Mr. Keshe, if we are generating every 7 or 9 years our cells, so why we are dying?
What?
If all the cells of the body is regenerate every 7 to 9 years, a new cells coming, why we are dying?
We regenerate the cells, but the generation of the cells in a way has nothing to do why we die. The reason we die is how much energy dimension of physicality can feed to elevate the soul of the man that can open this cage, that he can go through it. By consumption of the food we have and the energy we absorb from our environment, we transfer this into our soul. We are continuous feed of it. If we get a more nourished goods with different way of living, we'll find out we can give more, and then we transfer more to the soul. But at the same time, we strengthen the cage too, so the soul cannot escape. And that comes from our blood. Our blood is the cage, which is current called the plasma. I've explained this many times before. The brain of the man, you have a cage called the skull. And in this process, you have a blood which circulates just only around, it doesn't need to go in it. And the soul of the man, I have somebody else's hand on. The soul of the man sits here. The energy we breathe through our nose continuously feeds this. The soul takes the best of it because it passes just behind your nose. You feed it, and the soul of the man has found the best position to sit to absorb the virgin energy as it comes the highest levels. The leftover goes into our lung. So if we live a life where we can expand the energy of the physical blood, we tighten the grip on the soul. As we grow older, this goes. But this grows. So now it gets enough strength to break through. And he frees it. The soul, the brain of the man, the skull of a man is like a plasma tokamak. It creates a magnetic field through flow of the blood in the face and the back and the side to hold this plasma, which is the soul of the man inside. Once this weakened, the soul has a place and time to live. It's overcoming. It's like when you can overpower somebody who's holding your hand behind your back. When you gather enough energy, it doesn't matter how long they can keep you, but the minute you can gather enough energy that you overcome to open your hand and get their hands off you to release yourself, you're free. And this is how the body of the man works. The minute we gather enough energy from eating, from breathing, or whatever, that the soul strength can supersede the strength of the magnetic field of the blood, which holds it together, we are trapped. Our soul is trapped within our brain. This is why when they shoot you, you lose blood, or you cut your body, the blood goes, voila. But you see, it's gone, the cage is gone, the soul is free. The energy it needs, there is no resistance. Now we understand the full process of life. So when they say when you live a healthy life, if you do this, if you do a sport, you continuously expand magnetic field of the blood. So it doesn't matter as much as you feed it, but you strengthen it. And by feeding it, you sell off the body of the man in generation and progressiveness. And you go old because you, in a way, the physicality sacrifices the energy for the soul to mature, to become free. And when the process is completed, there is nothing to hold the soul back. It's free.
Mr. Keshe, last January you mentioned the soul feels from the CO2 our lungs exhalate. Is that it?
Can you repeat?
You mentioned last January that our soul takes the energy from the CO2 we exhalate through our mouth or through our nose.
So breathing and exhaling all the time. What energy is needed is given to the soul. It's taken. If you put your position of the back of your nose in a position of your eye together, you find a gap between the center of the eye and the center of the nose. That's the spot where you find within that gap the place of the soul of the man in the brain. It's a very, very methodical. This is where, don't forget, that the soul of the man receives huge amount of energy, cosmic energy, which is over the calcium level, which holds it and the blood through the eye of the man. At the same time, receives a fresh, continuous energy through the nose where you breathe. When you go for your corona test, this is your nose, if I can tell you, this is your mouth. They don't put this poke that way. They put the poke this way, where the breathing tunnel goes. That's your eyes. It is literally the professional ones that go here. That's where it goes and it goes down. And your soul sits literally here. So, because when the minute, as I explained, in the minute up to here to the nose, you're breathing matter. From this point, because the body of the man is in a gaseous state, dynamic plasma motion, it becomes a plasma. So once it behaves in a plasma condition, it's an energy source. And at the beginning, whatever is rubbish, what is not needed is absorbed by the cell or whatever. And what is at the strength of the soul of the man is here. It feeds it and goes in. The same way, when you breathe out, what it could bring to benefit of it sits there. It gives and then it goes. The soul of the man is a massive energy eating machine. It continuously works. So it needs to receive that it can give and to cycle to work. Gets part of it with the soul of the man, get part of it with the environment, part of it from breathing air, part of it from the physical digestion of the fields of the body of the man, part of it from the earth itself.
Mr. Keshe, question. From what you just said, how are we sure that the swipe for that COVID test is not infected? Because it goes straight towards our brain.
I'm not going into the COVID problem. You can't put me there. Because it's something at the moment very touchy with, especially what has been released in the past 48 hours. We keep away from it and try not to get involved in there.
Stephen's been trying to come in, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah.
Can you entertain his question, please?
Hello, can I share a screen?
Yes.
We see your screen.
These are from your cup of life, the cup of the 5 cups?
No. This is a replication of the womb. And what I was trying to, this goes back to when we were talking about the color of the soul, the entity that it manifests from the soul. And I was trying to give Jalel an example of his answer. And because we talked about the shape and the flower and how it has the petals, and given unfettered or requirements that it allows itself to manifest, how at what point, what shape does it take as part of his emotion? I was just wanting to show an entity that has that opportunity to show to manifest its shape based on its soul, and how it doesn't require organs to survive. It doesn't need the lungs. It doesn't need the brain per se. It doesn't need the legs. It doesn't need the arms. It doesn't need to move, that the cell would have to regenerate every 7 years. And so I was just trying to give a representation so that we can, because I know we started to get off on the breathing and all that, but getting back to the fields and how we're going to see the fields and how we're going to work with the fields, we still need to understand the fields. And when you draw that picture two-dimensionally, Mr. Keshe, even though it's a three-dimensional spiral, I was going to say is that if you rotate it to the side view, the height of the plasma in a way which is, you can't really represent it, but in a way I wanted to show the picture that does represent it, and how given everything that it needs, the GANs, and in a way the intermediary between the fields and the entity, what it's going to take to replicate the womb in a way that we live in two atmospheres. One is the salt waters and the other is the fresh airs, so to speak. And so how, when we come to find another condition, when we're outside that, what are the requirements are that we're going to need to survive in those different atmospheres. So I just wanted to try to put an actual imagery up there for people to kind of start to work with, if that's beneficial. So so the ever-changing field interaction, and the in a way you spoke of the dome, or they were speaking of the at some point you have the transition between the matter and the intermediary, and just trying to give an idea of, it's very hard to see, but where the entity is clear and there's no, the difference between this and this are fields of in an intermediary of more liquid than solid.
Can I
yeah,
make your life easier if we can add something?
Sure.
I think it explains it in an easier way. First of all, we cannot do the way you asked with the systems we have at the moment. We have to be flat two-dimensional. So if I turn it the other way to go back, it'll make no sense. But on the other hand, if we add to the knowledge, or now that we know more, we have to add to the knowledge, and we have to consider it from now on, that up to now, we said we need the water to live, we need air to breathe, and what else? Now, with the knowledge we have, we need the food, which is one part of it. But the fourth factor is the fields of the universe and our environment. We never considered this. But actually, 80% of, as we said all the time, our energy comes from our environment. 20% of it is what we breathe and we eat. If man could live with all the work he does with 2,000 calories a day, by God, man would have been a pencil. To support such an active life, man lives, walks, thinks, holds breath, and heats his body and everything. If you can do that with 2,500 calories a day, you are God. So in fact, we need maybe 10 times more than that. But the environment provides us. So in the process of life from now on, we have to look at what air we breathe, what water we drink, what food we consume, and what is the magnetic field of the environment which we take and give to. Because in space, there is no more air. In the space, there is no water. In the space, there is no food. But in the space, there are fields that we can convert to what we need. And this is the new space technology, conversion of the fields of the universe to what the body of the man will need to exist to elevate his soul. That's all we do. Even our physical life, as was just said, is to elevate the soul to the strength that it can become free and find its position without the shackles of physicality. So in fact, up to today, we have always ignored the most important point, feeder of our life, which is the fields of the universe. Be it from the table, be it from the chair, be it from the cosmic rays, we continuously take everything to guarantee our survival. And as you've seen in the enhancement units, you don't need to eat when you go in there. We tune it that you don't need medicine. We tune it that you don't need water. We tune it that you don't need anything. So in fact, if you understand this, we give birth in the enhancement units to the soul of the man without condition of physicality. And then physicality can be added to it according to the shape and the strength of the soul. This process is ongoing in our body from the minute of conception to the day we die. But we never ever added the fourth state of our life, which is the fields of it, and how is interacting with us and how and what we receive from it dictates our emotion. That's why when we go to different environments, we receive different feeling. We go to the park, we go to the jungles, because we receive the fields from the environment directly to our body. That's why one of the biggest problems in the society today is we cannot change the criminals. We put them in a cell, we give them nothing except the energy of the bricks and the water and everything else. How do you expect it to change? If the new prisons are built with a condition of the delivering fields, full spectrum of the fields which elevate soul of the man, no criminal will be in that position anymore. They will not commit crime because you elevate the soul, as I've said many times. When knowledge of the man reaches to the point of maturity, there'll be no prisons, there'll be no judges, there'll be no courts, there'll be no hospitals, because mankind will reach to the point where it needs at the point of its survival. And we are not very far. Because once we teach one soul, the rest will learn and it comes into the strength of it. So when you speak now about, especially with what we heard Alex explain, if you understood it completely, in the background, now we have to look to the fourth state of energy which we receive, which is 80% of it, and we ignored it up to. Just because we ignored it through lack of understanding doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If I change the fields around you, I control your emotion because your your brain becomes deprived of what it needs through the field of the blood to interact with your soul to create that emotion. And that's what we do in enhancement units. We change the environment and you go from depression to happy man that walk around and that's it. A blind man to man can see and that's it. We have to, now we understand the process that our body is made of what we call dynamic plasmas or ganses. So it has to interact, it needs to be fed. You cannot feed it banana. You have to feed it what it's made of and what it interacts with. So in the future, forget about shopping, because you can take whatever you need, you create the fields of it, and if you want to put the emotion, you feel the banana and taste the oranges, and that's it. So when we talk about life, we need to talk about what life needs to exist. Food, water, air, and fields. Without the last one, you don't exist. Because up to now, we never knew our body is a plasma dynamic.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keshe. And I just wanted to show a representation that I believe that of that, and that after 4 years, the entities still survive without. Thank you.
Raphael has placed a question in the chat. Raphael, are you still here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. It's Rafael from Brazil here. So I have a question to Mr. Keshe. Are you able to answer, Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
Yes, the chat here. So I read what I wrote. So Mr. Keshe, you asked us to teach the cup of food in the church of Brazil here in the last Friday teachings. So in Rick's teaching, you said if we made a cup of life in the refrigerator, it would gather all the fields of the food in the refrigerator. And then by drinking the water, we wouldn't have to eat much. So if we ask the people to put all the food that they need for existence in the refrigerator, and then after adding the salt water, put the cup of life also in the refrigerator, then would drinking the water do both, discharge the virus and feed the people? That's my question.
If it's done the right way, yes. If you, that's why we left the new set of cup for the soul of the man. In that way, no, we usually, except the central point, we do not refer to anything else, how to connect the rest. Because you feed to the energy of the soul, dynamic energy of the field. But it's not just to put the Gans water in the fridge. You have to understand exactly how you put it in, the system you put in, and what you need. Whatever you need, you just change the food, you get different taste, but the system is always there, you take from it. It's like literally ice maker on the fridge door. You don't need to change the system. You just put water in it, and whatever is in there, that's the food you put in the fridge. But the new understanding is to move away from the physical condition and move into the field of the energy that you can easily compensate the 20% what body needs and it takes as a food.
How does this feeding system get embedded into the soul of physicality?
In so many ways, yes. As you know, one of the directors of the NASA Corporation, Mr. Nader, is very much into these ways of working. He's a Iranian guy. He's been on the top of NASA for years. And in the process, I've had many discussions with them. I met Mr. Nader a few times. The present space technology does not allow for a new way of thinking to come in. To understand that we can change the systems into a feeding through energy, then feeding through what you call material. And if you look at the newer space science, we just feed the soul of them and feed at the strength that it absorbs and then give into the field of the body. The enhancement units are amazing systems. It's not just for one thing, it's actually a space reactor, a space system on its own, fully integrated system. It can feed you, it can fly you, it can nourish you, it can make you better, it can do everything you wanted. And if, as I said to a friend very recently, and if you need a pocket full of gold to go shopping, it fills your pocket with the gold as well before you leave. If you know how to make materials in your pocket. When you look at, we say you can feed it by putting a cup, you have to understand what cup and how you do it. The days where I used to show you black and white and you go and then all sorts of things is over. Now you're all graduates, you should be able to do it. Test it till you find out the combination. Alex used to do these things a lot. He's back in Nigeria now, we don't hear from him much.
Mr. Keshe, hi, it's Dean here. Can I ask a question, please?
I'm a knowledge seeker. Why do you ask me a question? Ask Alex, he's the teacher.
Alex may be able to answer, but I can ask you if you like.
Definitely next time come as Susie. Nobody knows that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were talking about the breath, and you're talking about the lungs and how they feed the emotion of the man, and feed the physicality and feed the soul. So one thing I found was that when, and this is through your teachings, when I held my breath to feed my soul, the intentions and wishes were amplified. So by holding your breath in the top of your, not into your lungs, but just into your mouth, that you seem to feed your soul more, and you were creating that space gap. You were creating that that stillness, that place for the soul to manifest itself and intensify its wishes. Would that be something that you would say was still correct?
Oh, yes, always is correct, but you got to understand something this way. You got a skull of the man, and then someone's hand is up. I have to get rid of it, otherwise I cannot get my colors. And if you look at something which we have talked many times before, this is the skin of the man. The skin comes, goes in a hole,
it comes like this, come like this, and then it goes, and interesting enough, in its structure, it goes like this. Your arms and your legs, and that's it. So if you understood this, is that the skin of the man, the inside lining of this lung of the man, and the brain of the man are all of the same material, the strength field. So because these are where we are separated from outside the environment. This is the boundary. When the air comes in, goes through the nose, it's still here, and it goes out of the nose. So the skin, the lung, and the brain are of the same tissue. And this is why when we give you the enhancement units or we give you anything, we always give you the KESHE, the Hubble bubble. Because we're not we only strengthen this, through the lungs, which is connected, we strengthen these two. We change your emotion with the air you breathe because the air goes in your lung, but your lung still is part of your outside excremities. That's where you separate you from the atmosphere of this planet. So with it to be able to do that has to be part of the decision making, rapid decision making, which is the brain. It's the same with your skin. Your skin and your inner lining of your lungs and your brain are all constantly as part of the same learning, teaching, and decision making. So if we understand this, is very easy to overcome anything which comes in my damage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for that answer. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Keshe. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm thinking when we think I'm Rhino from Italy.
Yes.
I thought when we think about orange or banana, we are now creating a magra fields because I thought we have a kind of archives of all the food, all the smell, all the things coming through the sense. And maybe I thought we have a kind of archives, magra archives of all these things. And when we think, let's say, the touch of something or the taste of something, in so many ways, we are creating that kind of magnetic gravitational fields of that, or the specific sense. Maybe it's a touch, maybe it's a smell, but whatever it is, we are creating a kind of a strength of that kind of sense. I'm right.
In a way, yes. We say what we need, but we think about it because now we use the fields of the brain. It's straightforward working. We got to go back and to all the teachings and understand how to create gravity and magnetic field at the same time in any system, or understand where is the magnetical of a system and which part is gravitational part. What is it taking, and in interaction with the field of it, the body or the containment, what it gives back, that it has a room to receive. This is a process of life. That's what we live. We take energy of a higher order, we take something out of it, we increase its gravitational, and we release magnetical, and we release it. This is how you define food.
And then you look all aspects of it. If you look the way I've designed systems for health, we give you water to drink, we give you patches of whatever to put on your skin, and we give the air to breathe. We cover that. But in the material we give you to put on there or whatever as ganses you rub on your skin, whatever, we create the fourth dimension presence of magnetic fields, which up to now man didn't know. That's how the patches and the system works. We provide you the water, but with the field added to it. We give you the clothing, but added to it. We give you the air to breathe, which is a matter state, plus what we add to it as the energy of the thing. We continuously evolve the higher order into the elevation of the soul of the man. That's why when I say you have the fourth estate, because your ganses give it, you should have known it by now. But I notice nobody notices these things. That's all it is. When you drink your water, you drink your water. But when you drink your gans water, you add a magnetic field plus what you need. That's why you have more energy or you recover faster because it's already there. I have to go. Sorry about that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, that's what I was trying to represent, how the energy packet, if a virus is an energy packet, how you could visualize it or see it as a manifestation, and the shape and the color.
It has life. Of course it's a manifest. It has life. That's why it can connect itself to something else. I have to go. I do apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you very much,
for
Mr.
all your time.
So that was for you, Jalel. That was for you, Jalel, when you asked about the color of the entity. So if you look at the virus packet, which is in the field state, but if you look at drawings of what they use to represent the energy packet like a virus, you'll see that the same shape of a free-willing entity can take that shape.
Thank you, Stephen.
Mark, we're at the 4-hour mark. I want to just before I pass it over to you, I want to thank everyone for being here today. We've had a wonderful session. Again, from the North American team to the world team, thank you all for being here. I think we should look forward to changing the name here and call this the international team. It's a great gathering, and we've had a wonderful teaching from Mr. Keshe today. And I thank you all for the wonderful questions, the time, attention, and dedication of everyone here as we move forward into the new dynamic fields of the future of plasma. Thank you all. Over to you, Mark.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to add more or add to the knowledge or didn't get their question asked or answered?
Hello everyone, Salomea is from Romania. I'd like to ask all of you, what do you think about the nature of soul? What is it, the soul? What kind of plasma is it? What kind of, if it is a matter or not? It's only field, and interaction of this field creates a plasma, and what kind of plasma, dynamic plasma. And if someone can help me, I'll be very happy. Thank you.
Alex, would you like to handle that? You've gotten high compliments today from Mr. Keshe.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. The soul operates on a non-material state, so it is very much a plasma state and extremely dynamic. It is mimicking the soul of the creator and the other souls of the universe, of the universal entities, and it's what links us all together. So definitely is in the plasmatic state, and definitely is of a dynamic plasmatic condition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex.
Okay, anything else? I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for absorbing knowledge and sharing that knowledge. This is the knowledge of the universe. And it's worth quite a bit of wealth as we look at it that way. I appreciate you giving up your afternoon, but again, we have absorbed a lot of knowledge and there's more beautiful things to come from the KESHE Foundation. As Mr. KESHE said, this universal unit is so amazing in what it can do. And hopefully they'll be delivered next month or starting the rollout next month. I think Arizona will be one of the first and Canada as well. And they'll be in Brazil and Europe and China. So the plan is to have them all over the planet, and therefore we will elevate the souls for feeding and balance and just create overall good souls that know what to do without any form of rule. As Mr. KESHE said, the days of kingship is over. You are the king of your own soul. And with correct behavior, we're going to have a beautiful planet. Although there may be some harder times coming up, as when you go on a trip and the highway's good, but then all of a sudden you roll into some very bumpy roads. And it's the same in the solar system with all these magnetical fields and field forces. As we're traveling, we may come into some bumpy roads. So good advice to all the knowledge seekers is to prepare for what's coming so we can handle the eventuality or possibly avert this eventuality that's coming. Because he did say the shortage of food is next on the horizon. Anyone else? I was looking for the disclaimer screen, but it seems to have disappeared. So I will end the meeting in just 30 seconds. Would anyone like to say anything else today?
Don't forget the testimonial, if it's tomorrow.
Okay, we have a testimonial coming up. I think, is it at 8 p.m. CET, Dan?
Yes.
Okay.
8, 7, yes, 8.
8 p.m. CET on Monday. Alex, will you be doing a teaching tomorrow in the Portuguese language community?
No, the 9 classes are done. We are preparing now for January. The Brazilian community is, the teachers are preparing to pick up for all the new knowledge seekers that are joining the Brazilian community. So we're going to redo that, but that's going to be in the Brazilian language. And they've asked us to go to the next level, which we're going to call that the intermediate teaching level. So we'll be starting that in January, and we'll be announcing that soon as to its content and availability.
And then, of course, Wednesday, 7 a.m. CET is the KESHE plasma reactor group. On Thursday, we have at 9 a.m. CET, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And of course, there's many public language communities that are meeting. And that is, I believe you can find all those in Facebook, and that's going to help us all to link together into one community, as Mr. KESHE put it. So as much as you can, show your support, share your knowledge, and that's what it's all about, and elevate the souls. Appreciate everyone being here today, and thank you again.